Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the country and in the world and what's going on with you, and whether you're watching this live, much better live, or you're watching it recorded. We have a super busy day today, and we've got a number of live guests as well who are going to talk. Oh, I've got dog hairs all over me. How did that happen? Is that dog hair or is that my hair? Oh, I think that's a dog hair, or maybe mine. Who can tell? Yeah, we're going to have quite a few people in the live chat, but we've also got a whole load of stuff on. Francis from Wilton, hello, and Frank. Good morning, Frank. And Clarkston, Missouri. We are so busy today. We've actually got 6 full hours of content. Pretty crazy stuff, really covering everything. Later on this week as well, we've got a special discussion that is going to replace one of the advertised panels on 19th, which is Thursday. I'm going to have a Stack Overflow moderator in here chatting to me about how Stack Overflow has been impacted by AI. So if you use Stack Overflow, and you probably have, it's a very, very popular system, then you know they're under some pressure, shall we say, from AI, and also as a moderator, which this moderator will tell us all about. There's some challenges for them as well, because lots of AI tries to answer questions, and people use AI to answer a question on Stack Overflow, and the AI's got it wrong. But also, she's got some opinions, pro and against AI, and talks about it, and in a very calm and underhyped, sort of down to earth approach. So that is on Thursday at 12 noon my time, which I think is 7 p.m. UTC, but we'll make sure that you get to know about that as well. But that's a change. We were going to have someone from Ultra Edit talking about AI features, but unfortunately he's very, very sick. He's actually got the flu and is generally really sick, and that's Bradley. Bradley, if you do watch this, I hope you get well soon. It's a nightmare, and everybody's saying hi. So I'm just going to pop up the schedule. Just 1 second. This is what we've got for you today. I'm going to hide that QR code. You're in the way, Mr. QR code. So we have today a whole series of different topics, all about AI. Some of them are about general AI topics, some of them about specifically how you use AI with Delphi, some of them about using AI in the IDE, that's the things that are built in, but also some discussions on things like the different types of models and what they can do for you. The first session, which we're going to come to in a moment, is by Christoph Schneider. He is an MVP and a very, very smart guy. He's done a number of sessions before about this topic. And that's the FB4D. So it's using the Gemini AI. Really, really interesting component. You can go and download it. We'll have all the links in the video. At 11, we have got, let me just check who the speaker is for that, Dion, who was on yesterday, but he's going to discuss what the different models, their pros and cons for what use you're going to put them to, and what purpose you're going to put them to, because not all models are built the same, and some are better than others, and Dion's going to go into details about that. At noon, we are going to have a live guest, a short video first by that guest, and it's David Cornelius, and he's going to talk about how he uses AI. We've kind of hyped it up a little bit, and he sort of said, well, that's not really what I said, but actually it is the real truth about AI, what works and what didn't work, and are we all doomed? And he's going to discuss his use of it and what he thinks is right and what he thinks is wrong, and also his opinions on the future of AI, which is really great. At 1 p.m. my time, he's going to be talking about, we're going to have Boyan Mitov from Mitov Software. He's got a whole bunch of AI components you can download today. They're available today, and the links will be on the video. And he's going to be talking about implementing your own edge AI with Delphi. A very interesting idea of having your own AI, what's the word I'm looking for? Service? I'm not sure, but look at the video. Boyan is a very smart guy, very, very clever guy. And, I made him blush yesterday when I said that, but he really is. And he's going to talk about that. And then at 2 p.m. my time, we are going to have Daniel Fernandez, who is also known as Dinos Dev. He's a Brazilian MVP, super smart. Really like him as well. I always say that these people are smart, but they genuinely are. And he's going to go on about AI voice interaction with your ERP as an ERP system, and he's going to show how they use AI for voice interaction. So if you want your software to understand people's natural speech, natural language, and how they can interact, then that is the session for you. And finally, the last session for the day is with Bruno Fierens from TMS Software. And if you miss every other session today, then you've got to watch this one, because I saw a preview of this about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I was so blown away with it. I immediately contacted Bruno and said, we have to have you on this conference. It is about making your own apps recognizable and controllable by AI in a couple of clicks. So you can put these components into your apps, and then it will provide a thing called MCP, there's an MCP server, and make it so that the AI can control your apps. He also shows AI controlling Rad Studio, which is very, very interesting. I'm not sure if he's got it in this video, but he has shown me that, and absolutely blown away. So really a whole bunch of sessions today, and it's going to be it's going to be a full-on day, I think. Just quickly say hello to a few people. So we've got Andrew is here, and from Cape Town. Stephen, I've already, I think, shown this already, but local to me, Sherman. Nance, Portugal. What else have we got? Mexico. Hola, Jose. Hope you're doing well. And I had breakfast burritos this morning. Just got to have the Tex-Mex if you live in Texas, as I do. Sweden, Oslo, South Africa, and Schleswig in northern Germany. Hello, Klaus. Sorry about brutalizing your name like that, but you get it. Any recommendations for a few AI Get It packages? Yes, there are a whole ton. I did show some slides yesterday. If you look at my opening session yesterday, it was recorded. All the sessions are recorded and get them on replay. Then you'll be able to see that again. And I will cover that probably in a gap that we've got, because we've got some gaps where I can talk about as well. Wow, some people. Malcolm, as usual, up early in Oz. Tbilisi in Georgia. Oh my, I'm going to be here forever if I call all these people out. Germany, several people from Germany there. Cuba, Argentina, another one from Argentina. Hello there. And France as well. So there's lots of people from France, and Istanbul as well. I had Yilmaz on yesterday, and I think he's from near that area as well. I'm not sure, Yilmaz, but anyway, thank you all for joining. We have had a phenomenal amount of sign-ups, and yesterday we had a whole bunch of people live join us live as well. So I'm really very gratified for you. But enough talking from me. Let's get down to the content. So we're going to start off with the very first session, which is from the wonderful Christoph Schneider. It's a 40-minute video, and then Christoph is going to be joining us live in the studio to talk about FB4D, which is his product, and Gemini AI. See you shortly.
Welcome to my session. Today we talk about Gemini AI and the possibilities of integration of this AI into business application written with Delphi. A few words about myself. I'm a regular speaker at the Delphi conference, and I'm just returned from the Delphi Summit. I also organized the Delphi Group Switzerland with a colleague. I also work as Delphi expert for various Swiss companies, advising and solving problems in their projects. If you are looking for a Delphi expert with an expertise in Google Cloud and Gemini AI, we should talk together. You can reach me at the email address shown or on LinkedIn. This is the agenda for the today's session. First, I start with an overview of Gemini AI and the open source library FB4D. Then we speak about processing and generating of natural language and structured text. As next, we speak about interpreting images and documents. Now it becomes technical. I will show you the Gemini AI interface provided in FB4D. And last but not least, I make a conclusion and an outlook to the future. But let's start with Gemini AI and the overview about FB4D, the open source library. For starting with Gemini AI, you need to create your own API key in the Google AI Studio. For this purpose, go in the browser to aistudio.google.com. A credit card is no longer required to start. The price model is pay as you go, and the cost depends on the selected model and the data traffic, but are mostly moderate. As first, you create your own API key and you copy them for use with FB4D in the section Gemini AI interface. Gemini AI is, thanks to multimodality, more than a large language model. Gemini AI is a rapidly evolving Google DeepMind project, and it's available only as web service via REST API. There are two interface versions, the stable version 1 and the newer version 1 beta. Local execution of all Gemini models is not yet supported, but Gemma models, which bases on the same technology than Gemini models, and also Gemini Nano, which runs on Android devices, can be run locally on devices. What means multimodality? Interpretation of images and documents in form of PDFs can be done with Gemini AI. There are different models for different purposes. The Pro models are balanced. The Flash are fast and low cost, and the Ultra models are the most capable models. Newer models are able also to generate images, audio, and in the future also video. FB4D is the name of my open source library for accessing Firebase services, and Gemini AI from Delphi. The project is hosted on GitHub. This is the address, and here you have a barcode to get fastly the web URL. There is a wiki, and the wiki provides the interface description also with a lot of information you need. And we have a discussion forum, and of course there are sample projects to explain the library. Alternatively, you can also install FB4D via Gedit. But keep in mind, normally you have an outdated version because Gedit is not synchronized with GitHub. Let's talk about features of FB4D and principle for addressing Firebase services. It's a pure source code library based on the REST API provided by Google. It is a cross-platform library for VCL and FireMonkey. It supports all platforms from Windows to Mac to Linux, Android and iOS. It provides for all service an own class interface, and this class interface is accessible via a class factory. For all service functions there are two methods provided. The first one is the synchronous, a blocking method for using in threads and services. The second one are asynchronous methods with callback method for using in GUI application. Thanks to fluent design of the interface, you can write short and readable code. This slide gives you an overview about all services which are supported by FP4D for Firebase and Gemini AI. As first, we have the Firebase authentication service. As second, we have a real-time NoSQL database which works as a large JSON object. The third one is a newer NoSQL database, the Firestore, which contains collections of documents. Then we have the cloud storage for storage of files in the cloud. As next, we have cloud functions for running server-side functions written in JavaScript or TypeScript. Then an ML Vision service is included for machine learning for using in image recognitions. And last but not least, and this is the topic of today, we have the Gemini AI, a natural language processing and vision. Now let's dive into processing and generating of natural languages. But we can also generate structured text like JSON, XML, or HTML, or SVG. The goal of my library is to extend business application with features that accelerates the work. What kind of application we can build with processing of natural languages? This list gives you some ideas, but of course it is not complete. For example, we can create automatically emails from a draft, or we can build replies of emails. We can summarizing long text. For example, we can build reports or meeting minutes. We can extracting specific information from a continuous text from a longer text. We can generate description based on bullet points, for example, for writing a product description. And of course, we can use it to translate language in another language. There are currently more than 115 languages supported. Or, and this is also an important feature, we can ensure error-free text by using spelling and grammar checks, thanks to an intelligent review. But this is more than we have in the past with spelling and grammar checks. If we want to process the output of Gemini AI in a Delphi application, it's recommended to ask for a structured text readable by a machine, for example using JSON, XML or scalable vector graphics. For JSON we can define a JSON scheme to define precisely that what JSON object is generated for Delphi. Or we can request an SVG from Gemini to generate graphics dynamically for example, for creating diagrams. To display these diagrams, we can using Skia for Delphi or we can use a modern browser like Edge by using TWView 2. Let me start with the Delphi 12 IDE. I have already downloaded FP4D on this system. You can find the recommended demo application for the first start in the intro directory. The Firebase project settings isn't required. Here you see all other services. For Gemini configuration, you need to enter the Gemini API key, and you can select here the Gemini model depending on the interface you have selected. Either version 1 beta or version 1. I will explain the details of the model parameters later in a separate slide. Let me ask Gemini AI a first question. I would like to know why the training data is not published in an open source LLM. He explained the background about copyrights and trade secrets in detail. I don't want to read out the whole answer now, but I will briefly show what the answer looks like in HTML. The answer is delivered as Markdown format, and its original JSON object is returned from Gemini AI. Now I will show you a first example where a photo is to be interpreted and Gemini AI is to generate a synthetic image from it. It is a handwritten post-it that I would like to present more beautiful. For this purpose I use the SVG format to do the job. And in the system instruction I deliver more details how to handle and how to process. Here is the amazing result. In the tab Markdown format result, you can inspect the SVG for further processing. I would like to tell you a little bit more about my personal story of the shown post-it use case. From mid-2017 to mid-2023, I was the external development leader for a startup company in Switzerland that was building a new tool for driving workshops in a management consulting. Of course, I used FireMonkey as the application need to run on both Windows and Mac system. What exactly did we build? A new kind of presentation software that allows a consultant to bring all their own management theories to the table and quickly change the subject. Our clients no longer wanted linear presentation. Instead, the workshop and the question would terminate the flow and what would be presented. In addition, it was not only necessary to present slides that had been prepared in advance, but also dynamic slides consisting of a photo or a video that were taken on a mobile phone during the workshop. Firebase was ideal for transferring these slides from a mobile device to a desktop system, including the metadata via the internet. In workshops, ideas are usually developed in a group and then discussed. The ideas are usually written on post-it and related to each other on a whiteboard. Now I come to the actual task, which was a big challenge for us. Workshop participants often don't want to show their own handwriting, and it is also be desirable for a better readability if we could artificially redraw the post-it. And this was exactly the requirement for a such system. From 2019 to 2021, I was able to supervise 3 feasibility studies conducted at the Swiss University of Applied Science with 5 students. We used primarily ML vision in all of them. At the beginning, handwriting recognition was still unusable. In the last student project, I saw good results showing that we could implement such system, but with a lot of effort. When I look at the same solution today with Gemini AI, it is extremely astonishing how simple and robust this application has become. Back then, we still had to create the SVG graphic ourselves from the extracted text. Next, I would like to show you use cases from business application that will give you ideas of what can be built with it. Let's assume we have a customer relation management system or an application supporting a company's help desk. Incoming emails should be automatically read and categorized so that the support staff can process them more quickly. First, we need to be clear about the types of requests we typically receive. I have defined this list: get quote, order, invoice, complaint, technical question, bug report, and for all other categories, others. It's important to recognize the emotional state of a request. If the customer has a major problem, they will likely write more harshly. It is equally important to extract references such as customer numbers, case numbers of invoice numbers, etc. from the email, so we can show the context of the mail when we process the mail in our application.
The Gemini AI business app is newly created FireMonkey sample application. The first step is to transfer the API key and select the model for the interface version. There are 3 use cases. Let's go to email interpretation. First, we create the fictitious mail with the AI from the following categories. We choose to request a quote. Gemini AI provides us with a nice email from the customer John Miller. He needs a quote for a CRM system for 75 employees. The new system is to extend the Oracle system currently in operation. He needs the offer by end of March. In the next step, we would like to solve our own task. Now, this email is to be analyzed on basis of predefined criteria. As first, we have a new title and a summary of the mail. And we have extracted the company's name, the email sender address, the role of the sender, the reference, and what kind of reference. This is a license number, the date of the mail, and as next we see the priority, the category, and the emotionality of the mail, together with an action list for the salesperson. And here you can see the original JSON replied by the Gemini server. Here I show you the request to the Gemini AI server. It contains a Gemini scheme, which contains the structured JSON object with all the data types and in addition some description which explains the field meaning. And you see there are nested data types like array and enumerated strings. Let's create the second example mail. We take a customer complaint. Here the customer mentions a bug in our system and describes in detail all the trouble he have and how urgent he needs a solution. So let's start the mail interpretation process. And let's check the result from Gemini AI. We have a good title and we have a description which explains shortly what is the content of this mail. In addition, we have all our fields from email addresses, role type, references and reference type, date and priority. The priority is now urgent. Category is bug report. And the emotionally, and this is part of the priority, is negative critical. As action, we have to investigate CRM performance issue and contact the customer with our results.
Let's dive into the next topic, interpreting images and documents. This feature is based on the multimodal capabilities of Gemini AI. My next use case examples show the processing of supplier invoices. I have shown this example before, but I still think it's a very good example of what can be built with Gemini AI. Let's assume we have an enterprise resource planning system, an ERP, which processes incoming invoices as PDF from many suppliers from different countries with various formats. We have to extract all relevant data from the invoice to write it into our database later. In a subsequent process, an assigned manager will then release invoices. That is why the referencing is so important, because we want to automatically display the invoices to the right person. The task is to read all relevant data from the invoice, or if it's not available, to derive it. For example, the payment date can be calculated from the date of the invoice and the payment deadline. But we also need all references of the bank account, like an interbanking exchange number, the IBAN, European IBAN number, and all the details for the tax amounts. I start again in the Gemini AI Demo business application and go directly to the third tab, Invoice Processing. At the first start, an invoice is loaded from the test data of the unit tests. It is a fictitious invoice from my company to a Canadian software manufacturer. It's a typical Swiss invoice with a Swiss barcode. These are the fields we will receive from Gemini AI. Invoice date, invoice number, the reason of payment, amount and the tax is correct. Also the invoice issuer. Also the receiver address. But here the due date is wrong. We will investigate that later. The interbanking number, the IBAN number, a European interbanking number is here. That's correct. In the prompt we ask for the details from the invoice, and in addition we provide a JSON scheme for a JSON object that we need for further processing. And here I realize that the new date time format recently introduced isn't working yet. So I will change the data type to string in the JSON scheme. Here I have to adjust not only the scheme, but also the evaluation of the resulting JSON. Unfortunately, we lose the specification of the date format, so we are unsure in what format the date will be delivered now. Now we run the interpretation again. I hope this problem will be solved soon. Let's check the results. Okay, now also the due date and the invoice date both are correct. Let's check another invoice. Here I load an invoice from the year 2016, a real invoice from Embarcadero for my maintenance fee for the Delphi license. Let's check the fields. The reason of payment. This is exactly what we have given here. The invoice number, the invoice date is now also working. The amount. Let's go below so we can check that. Okay, there are no taxes. We see here the invoice issuer. And the receiver is my old company address. The due date of payment is the same as the date of invoice because I've paid by credit card. The interbanking number is correct. Also the bank account number and the SWIFT code. Now I want to test my solution, that is the prompt with the JSON scheme on the chosen model, using an extreme example. This is a handwritten invoice. I'm curious about the result. Okay, let's start invoice interpretation. Here we see the reason of payment. This is window glaze. The details is missing, but at least the name is correct. There is no invoice number, but the invoice date is correct. The amount is correct. The tax and the tax rate is correct. The invoice issuer also fully correct. The receiver is also correct. The first W is small capital, but that is not a big issue. The due date, correct. So let's check the banking account number. Correct. And the SWIFT code. Oh, this is not really correct. Here my handwriting makes troubles. Despite this mistake, what Gemini AI can archive is remarkable. In my opinion, a similar resolution using OCR and proprietary algorithms is still not feasible. However, I don't want to hide the fact that development with Gemini AI sometimes causes problems. In the Gemini AI business application project, there is a fourth tab with another use case from the field of logistics. My idea here was to show how incoming goods inspection can be automated with the help of a delivery list based on a photo taken at the goods receipt. Unfortunately, several problems arose, which is why I didn't want to show this use case in this session. The problem concerns image generation via Gemini AI and generating a test image artificially. The model that could solve this task was no longer accessible from one day to the next during my development. And then I also struggled with the quality problems and still had too many errors in the subsequent recognition. Now we come to the technical details of the Gemini AI interface in FP4D. My goal is that you are able to write your cross-platform application with using FP4D and bring your ideas faster to the market. Okay, here we are in the Firebase lib demo and inspect all the Gemini configuration parameters. The first is not a parameter, but here we can click to open the AI Studio in the browser. Or here we can open my wiki in the browser. Here you have to enter your API key obtained from the AI Studio. Here you select the interface version between version 1 and version 1 beta. Here you have a list of all available models. And here you get some information about the models, details, and all the capabilities of the model. This optional parameter, use model parameter, allows you to adjust creativity versus predictability, randomness versus determinism. I cannot explain all the details here, but keep in mind, for example, max output token lets you to decide how long the answer gets, and this is cost relevant. Safety settings can be used to prevent unexpected texts. It has some categories like hate speech, harassment, sexual explicitity, dangerous content, and civic integration, where you can set your level which you desired. Your chat application, for example, don't speak about your competitor. With the option Define Response Modality, you are able to generate text. Okay, this is the main. You can also generate images and generate audio. This is what the current version of the interface allows. Keep in mind that generating image and generating audio is only available for newer models. The next two settings are important. It enables active research on the internet during the processing and thus overcomes the frozen model. Why we have two ways for do the same? Don't ask me, it's Google decisions. Now I show you the main interface of Gemini AI. Usually you can set the API version and the model directly in the constructor of this class, Gemini AI. But you also have the ability to set the API version, to fetch the list of models, and to set the model later. With a first generate content by prompts, you can ask with a small prompt and get your response. If you need more detailed requests, use Gemini AI request interface, and you also get an Gemini AI response interface. The next two methods allows you to calculate the cost of your prompt. But keep in mind, this is only the input. The output can be controlled with the other parameter max output token. Next, let's look at the interface for the result of Gemini AI, the Gemini AI response. Gemini AI usually delivers the resulting text in Markdown format, unless we specified another. Unfortunately, FireMonkey doesn't provide a visualization component for Markdown formats, which is why the resulting text is converted to HTML with the Markdown submodule from Graham Greif. If we request a JSON object, for example by supplying a JSON scheme with the request, we receive the resulting JSON object here in this mail. Do not confuse this with the raw JSON result method, which returns the entire response from Gemini AI in a raw data format. It is possible that Gemini AI provides several candidates of answers. In this situation, we can use a number of results and eval results to retrieve the individual candidate. The next slide shows Gemini AI request interface. If we want to make more complex requests than don't just contain a text prompt. With the system instruction option, we can split our request into a prompt and into the instruction. Please note that this new feature was not yet available for old models. Unfortunately, there is no way to ask Gemini AI which features works in detail for a model. However, you will receive a meaningful error message if the model does not support the function. If we want to build a chat system that consists of a sequence of questions and answers, you must send all previous questions and answers to Gemini AI. REST is stateless and does not save a session, and the request is usually sent to another server in the cloud that does not know the history. We have reached the end of my presentation. I would like to summarize the most important points and to provide an outline. The most important point concerns the data protection issue. Do not rely on Google's data protection for critical applications such as a medical application. At least from a European point of view, the data protection guidelines and the guarantees for critical applications are inadequate. Please note that this is of course my personal opinion and may not coincident with official statements from Google. These problems will be solved in the future when I can run models of the same power locally. Currently, this isn't the case with Gemma models, but development is processing rapidly, and we can hope that in the future, with using of new AI chips, we will be able to run good models locally as well. For now, we will have to wait and see for critical applications. Or perhaps we can build a hybrid approach combining Gemma and Gemini models. Another problem concerns the API key. If you deliver your API key with your application to a larger group of users, you are not sure that this key cannot be stolen out of your application and misused. Therefore, I recommend the solution shown only for in-house use on your own servers. It is possible to make a Firebase function to encapsulate the entire Gemini AI access. But this is out of this session. If you use this library in a commercial product, please consider sponsoring to ensure continued development and maintenance of this library. This will also protect your own development investment. Thank you for attending to this session.
Okay, that was a fantastic session. Christoph is so smart. I last saw him, was it 2 weeks ago, I think, in Amsterdam at the Delphi Summit, and we bump into each other quite often, actually, because we tend to go to similar events as well. But the good news is he's joining us live. He's asking me questions about his camera, but we'll work that out and a headset. I think it's all going to be good. But anyway, joining me is Christoph Snyder, and there we go.
Hi, Ian.
Perfect. Good. We can hear you. I think it says it's going well. Why does it say unmute there? Just speak for a second.
Yeah, can you
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
me?
there you go. I don't know
Okay,
why there's
okay,
like a little
okay.
unmute symbol on you. I could hear you.
Oh.
So thanks, Christoph. I mean, I love the FB4D, and I want to tell the people that are watching, because they might not realize this, but how much work you put into those videos. I always just like churn my stuff out, and I'm like, yeah, they'll do that. But you are a craftsman when it comes to preparing this stuff, because I know you put a lot of effort into it. So I want to thank you on behalf of the audience, and also Embarcadero, for the amount of work you put into it, because I know it's a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not a 10-minute thing. It's many
No.
hours of work. Okay, so we did have a couple of questions. Rick, unfortunately, has left us, but he did ask this question. I think it's a relevant one. And he's like, oh, a handwritten invoice? And sort of, you know, you and I were chatting in the private chat. And actually, I think we both came up with a number of different examples of where actually handwritten invoices are a thing. What was it? You had an example of some kind of notes, wasn't it?
Yeah, I completely agree. Handwritten invoices are, at least in my country, not longer a situation. Business to business, sometimes business to privates, okay, but business to business are handwritten invoices from the past. This is gone. But
Yeah.
my topic was to show also here an extreme example what is possible and what not. And so handwritten invoices is a good example to show, okay, if you try that with an OCR algorithm, you get lost.
Yeah, it would. I mean, it would just fail miserably. I've tried OCR, and some of them work okay, but most of them, you know, they're pretty good, pretty
with
useless.
handwritten an OCR algorithm has problems at all. And
Yeah, and the thing is, I think what was funny as well is, although Rick was joking, or a handwritten invoice, but actually my experience living here in Texas is that as Jeff, in fact, Jeff has just exactly said that. I don't know whether he's talking about the movie Lawnmower Man, but it actually goes to what I'm about to say, which is I moved recently from a house into an apartment. And when you move out of rented accommodation, one of the things you have to do is basically get everything back to normal, you know, where you've put some pins in the wall and things. But also, they expect you to cut the grass. Now, I used to cut the grass myself because, you know, it's good exercise. But actually, in this case, we paid someone to do it. And these guys, they only give you handwritten invoices. They never get, you know, and it's not my business why they do that. I'm sure.
Perhaps they save taxes, but
yeah, exactly.
don't say anything.
I'm sure it's perfectly legitimate. But actually, we also gave the example of taxi drivers as well, because you know, in Amsterdam at the Delphi Summit, they're all printed. They all have little receipt printers. But I think that's just because in Amsterdam they're very precise about what they do with taxis. But no, it's very common to get a handwritten note. So yeah. But the other thing about it was as well, and
this Post-it thing, which I have shown before, this was a real requirement for a customer company I have worked for, and I have explained. We was working for business consulting, and they make a workshop which white walls, and you print your ideas or you write your ideas often on such Post-it
I have some myself somewhere here as
notes.
well.
And,
Yeah.
and you want to discuss all your ideas together. And yeah, sometimes people are handicapped to show their own handwriting, and even it's also a problematic situation if the handwriting is not readable, correct, and
If
so
it's my handwriting, it's
yeah,
definitely not
yeah.
readable.
And our idea was, okay, we have here a Delphi application connected to Firebase, and we make photos of such whiteboards and such with such post-it notes. And the thing was, okay, in the next step, we want to make an artificial image out of what the photo brings. And this was a real requirement. And I made a lot of research with, I mentioned that with 5 students, 3 years. There was a lot of research we made at that time with ML Vision. This was at that time the tool we had, of course, also web-based service. That service is still available in FP4D. We have that still included. But if I compare that solution and our troubles we had at the beginning, it was not usable for handwriting. At the end, 2022 or 20, I believe. No, don't ask me. The years are going so fast. I think it was 2022, something like that.
Yeah.
At the end, we had a solution or a technical breakthrough. I could show, okay, now we can build with this tool a solution which would work. But in fact, we had to do a lot of manual programming. We just extracted the text out of the post-it, and we have to build the artificial scaled vector graphic by ourselves, writing TypeScript or something like that on server side. And yeah, if I compare this situation with the today's situation with Gemini AI, it's amazing how easy it goes. I just write the good.
I'll tell you something. First of all, I actually like Gemini. I use it myself. I have 2 phones because I'm a developer. And I have a Samsung phone and an iOS phone, but the
Okay.
Samsung phone has Gemini on it, and I think it's a paid account I have. But I also use it in the background with the the IDE, the Gemini built into the IDE. But I tell you what I liked as well early on in your presentation, you talked about where you were scanning the emails. And I thought a really very interesting thing that you called out as well was the sentiment analysis. In other words, is this email an angry, upset email,
Yeah.
or are they just saying, "Hey, I love your stuff"? Of course, all my emails are people saying
Yeah.
good things, right?
What is the emotionality? And in this was my use case in the CRM, customer relation management system, where you have to interpret emails and prepare it, and this should save cost or work within your customer department, customer support department. This was the use case. And emotionality in an email is a critical thing. It can have an influence of the priority in which you should handle that email. If they are really upset and if they are really have a problem.
Well, I mean, it's actually quite vital because in a previous job that I had, we had tens of thousands of customers, and if we released a new version and we made a mess of it, and it doesn't often happen, but sometimes software development it happens, and you would get a lot of emails, and the amount of emails that you get when you've got that many customers is actually quite unmanageable. You've got a support team that triage them off, but it's very useful to have a mood indicator. So if a good percentage of the emails coming in are unhappy, you know there's a problem.
We have a problem.
Gives you an alert. Yeah, exactly. Now, if a good percentage are happy, then great. It doesn't mean to say you haven't got a problem. It just means that they're not too annoyed about it. But I like that, and I mean these are I can see these kind of things becoming much more widespread, because it's a use of AI that actually is not that intrusive. It's doing something that actually you could not do manually. It would not be possible to go through 10,000 emails and work out whether they're all angry. You maybe do 50, you maybe do 100. But can you do all 10,000? No. But with AI, yes, you could do that. I mean, it costs you,
exactly, and
fortune.
The problematic is, of course, you can do a lot of things with algorithms. You can search for certain words. You can set up some words which you search easily, Elasticsearch and such things. But at the end, AI does a lot more. You have not only you have a better sensor for all these things. For emotionality, you cannot build such good detection of emotionality as you have with an AI. This is my personal opinion about.
And it's a sensible use of AI, and that's what I like. And I'm just putting some captions up here and a QR code. I already put your QR code up before.
Thank you.
It's up there, but that goes to your site. But if they go to that site, I think you have links to your GitHub as well. Anyway, don't you, on there? And one question we also got, which I nearly missed because we're going to have to go soon. We're running over a little bit, but that's fine. That was who was it? Where was it? Yes, Omar said, will the source code of the demos be available? And we had a little brief chat on that.
Yes, of course. It's part of the open source library. And I have made for this presentation a new sample application called AI Business App. It's a FireMonkey application. It's part of the FireMonkey. I have two project groups within the sample folder. One is for VCL applications. This is a little bit smaller because I like FireMonkey. And the others, on the other side, I have the samples which are all based on FireMonkey and which are all working cross-platform on all platforms, also on Linux, also on Mac OS, and so. And here you see my. First of all, you should begin with the intro, with the demo application. I have shown that in my first video, in my first slide, and later on, this use case is now integrated in this new AI business application. You will find.
And a couple of things I want to mention as well, because we're going to have to go. But first of all, it was the answer you gave me in the private chat, but you just said it publicly, which is, of course, the demos have source code, which I really respect, because actually that's not always the case. I sometimes have problems being able to give my demos away because I, like the one I did with Google Translate, I can't really give that away because it would infringe copyrights. But I can do a cut down version. But more importantly as well, and this is, I'm going to look directly at the camera for those people that are watching this. you should, if you can afford it, and it doesn't have to be much, but if you can afford it, support open source projects by giving a small donation. It doesn't matter how much it is. If enough of you do it, it encourages people like Christoph to carry on, because the effort and time and work that goes into this is phenomenal. And I mean that. I know, because I maintain various libraries, and I'm a developer myself. I'm not just a sales, marketing weirdo dude. I am actually a developer. I know how much effort goes into this, and just a small donation, if every person did just a tiny amount, it would make a big difference to open source. And people like Christoph deserve your support. You can't hear me clapping because my noise cancelling microphone. But same with Dave Nottage, with Castry, and a few others as well. Just if you can afford it, how much time have you spent saved by using Christoph's work?
Hundreds of hours.
So they've saved themselves. How much time do you personally, another developer, put against your own time? How much do you value your own time? If it saved you a week of work, why not, donate? And I do donate to open source. I've donated to yours, but hey, I help you in other ways.
2 points. One point is, even my credo is writing code is not the only thing what you have to do if you plan to publish an open source library. You need more. You need a good wiki, and show on my GitHub page. You see a wiki with a reference, with getting started, and of course, I could do all the small points also better, but keep in mind this is important. Have a good reference of all the interfaces. Have a description of all the examples. Unfortunately, the newest example is not yet fully documented. Okay, that happens. As soon as I have time.
You have some documentation, which is better than many projects. I see so many projects out there, and you're quite right. They put the source code up, and there's no examples. Or the examples they've got. Mickey Mouse, I suppose, is the word we've used on it. But not only that, the documentation is either out of date or completely absent.
And I have a discussion for
all that effort into the library, and then they really miss off. It's like going to make a cake. You mix it all up properly, you get it ready, you put it in the oven, and then you throw it away. It's just, you've got to eat the cake as well, and that includes the putting the icing on the top, which is the documentation. It's important.
It's very important.
Unfortunately, we are out of time.
Sorry.
You know how it goes. You and I could speak forever. I want to thank you again. Like I say, you put so much effort into this, and I really appreciate it. And we've had a whole bunch of people saying thank you as well. I don't know whether you've seen the captions up here, but they're on your side. And I didn't get to see your presentation, I think, at the Delphi Summit, because I was doing summit stuff myself. But we always bump into each other from time to time. It's good stuff. Okay. Well, thanks a lot, Christoph.
Okay.
And any final words before we go, or we're good?
Just 1 point in depending of sponsoring. I distinguish between someone which tries this library or use it in a hobby project. I think this is not comparable to a company which builds with that library their own product. And in the second case, think about your investment. What have you invested to use this library, and what is your company investment to build this application? And if you know this amount of hours, think what would you do if you miss this library anymore? And this should be the argument to make a sponsoring.
It's absolutely true, and I'm all for it. And that's why I my job's great, because I get to support people like you by making your stuff available to a wider audience. But you know, I support you. I've got your back all the time and all the rest of it. But that's my job. But even so, on a personal level, I try and make sure that I support everybody as well. So it's good stuff. All right. Well, unfortunately, we have to kick you off because I've got to go to the next one. But we'll see you again in the future. I don't think we've got any more from you this week, but we'll be back another time. I guarantee it.
Great.
Thanks a lot, Christoph.
Great. Thank you, Ian, for making this video.
No worries. Speak to you soon. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so what have we got now? Let me do this. Right, okay, so we do have another video now. This one that's coming up is 40 minutes as well. So people, we have got a live guest for that one, which is Dion. So we are going to be overrunning. The good news is David Cornelius, his video is after that. It's a little bit shorter, so we'll probably catch up the time by the third video. But I told you today was going to be a bit of a day. We've got a lot of things happening. We've got 6 hours of content, all to do with AI. But the next session, let me pull up my special caption for it, which is where is it? This one. This is a Dion different models for different solutions, and we're coming up now. See you soon.
Hello everyone, welcome to AI Bootcamp 2025, and in this session we will see different models for different solutions. So a little bit about me. I am Dion. I am a CTO at Ivor Solutions. I am also an Embarcadero MVP and control and automation, also software engineer. So what we will see in this session, we will see what are models, how we can access them, and how to use them in our apps or in development. And the main reason to give this session to you is show you a little bit of the features and the difference of how you can use this very large variety of models that we have out there, and what have worked for us in our startup that are already running with many customers, consuming about 100 million tokens by month. So the foundation models, you maybe have already heard from them. Foundation models are the large models that we have available today. Some samples I will show you on the next slide, but the main thought here is that they are the most large, most capable models that are out there. Okay, so are the foundation, the base of the models that we can have access are these foundation models. And at this moment in time, it's basically impossible to replicate the performance and the results of the foundation models in a local environment and a open source environment. Of course, we can get sometimes close to that results, but the foundation models are very, very capable, and it's basically impossible to compete with them in performance and intelligence and all the things that they provide. So some samples of foundation models, of course we have many others, but the 3 that I will focus in these sessions are Gemini from Google, Claude from Anthropic, and ChatGPT from OpenAI. Also we have others, but these 3 I already use them in production, and I can talk about them and show samples of the use of these models. And of course we have some open source models, but again, the open source models are not even close to the performance of the foundation models. We have Llama from Meta, We have Gemma from Google. We have Mistral AI, a open source version, and we also have DeepSeek. The great difference from these models to the foundation are that these models we can run they locally. We does not have to give our information to the maintaining companies of the models. So all the data, all the things that we want to process over the LLM we can keep locally, okay? Of course, that will demand higher hardware and many features that we can use, and the foundation models are not available on these open source models, but in certain cases and some applications they will work very well. So you must consider for your software solution or for your application what will fit better, a foundation model or a local and open source solution. In my opinion, in our opinion, is not a magic solution that you can simply choose always the same model to all the problems. It's not gonna work well. You must fit each model to each problem solution. And how do we access the models for ones who never worked with AI before? Well, the foundation models, like I said before, they are running on the large data centers, usually by these three large companies that I taught before, and we usually access them by over APIs. And we can also run locally over Docker or Llama the open source solutions, but they will also run a local API. We can access them by source with Llama CPP, but it's very specific use, and I think maybe does not worth to go over there. So in my suggestion, go over Docker or Llama will be a faster and better approach to you who are starting with models. But again, we will do a API request to a local software solution. In the model will answer us over a JSON, like we are using in a remote API. Okay, and in your software, in your development for day-to-day tasks, I always choose to use the browser and do not use the local code editors for two main reasons, at least. One is that the price of the local editors can be very expensive, because they will process a lot of tokens inside your system. So we have tons of samples out there of people that are being billed at least $10 by change in local software solutions using the cloud editors. Of course, there is very cheap ways to do it, but the logic is still the same. We have to give access to the source editor to all our source code, and at least in our opinion, that is not the best approach. And the best approach is to validate what part of your software can be seen and write by an LLM, and do that over the LLM. And all the other parts that are not common, that are specific to your software solution, you keep locally, you do the code yourself, and you don't share with any LLM system. And so for developers, our suggestion is to use web browser or even integrate some solutions inside the IDE, but always keep in mind that the LLM cannot see all of your source code. You must partitionate what you will share with the LLM and what you will not. So the two ways to use, let's focus first off in how you use LLMs inside your software, how you use AI inside your software, and after that we will talk about a little bit about using in your source code. So we have the common tools across models. I put some tools here that are common to almost every foundation model. These tools are only for foundation models. The open source options does not have any of these tools. So if you want a very specific or more laser focused solution, you will need to go to the foundation models. The local solutions are very simple. You cannot do this kind of, you can use this kind of tools, okay? So to start, the system instruction is the context that we will provide the LLM, and the context will be all the information that we want to share with LLM before the user prompt. Remember that if we does not use the context, what the user put on the question that user ask, maybe will be a very general question, and LLM simply cannot answer that. So for you, it's very specific, it's very important that you understand what are the contexts that you must give to LLM to answer right your user. So give a time of that, thinking about the context, and remember that many developers relate that a simple change in the context change more the behavior of the LLM than 1,000 lines of code inside an application. So if you go to a final context solution and you want to change that context, sometimes the results will be so different from what you are having before, so different even comparing to change 1,000 lines of code. So be very careful of how you deal with system instructions, how you deal with context, and what you change in the context, because that will simply make your instructions work or not, okay? And the next parameter we have temperature. Temperature can be 0 to 1 parameter, and in this parameter we instruct the LLM of how creative we want to LLM be when answer us. So if your solution must be very laser focused, without any creativity, without any thinking process, only give you words that are already in the text or in the data that the LLM was trained on, you can put temperature very down, near to 0. And if your solution maybe involves some problem solution, some problem thinking, so you can put 1, or some LLMs has even more temperature than 1, but 1 will be fine. So the LLM will try to innovate the answer, will try to find other words little more distant from the ones that you are asking, so given more creativity and more creative solutions. And the next parameter we have top P and top K, and these two parameters are related to the proximity of the words that one to LLM use to compose our answer. So just to keep it short but illustrate, P and K will allow us to select if we want to that LLM use always the same words, very narrow focus with a very close vocabulary, or a more complex vocabulary with more words and of course with more chance to hallucinate. So you must again balance that with your application, with your software solutions, to see if that application can be very illustrative, can be very methodic, can be very use creativity, you put the top pay and top K more higher. And if you're not, if must be laser focused with just a few words, you put pay and K to lower values. And many of the large foundation models has max tokens or budget, where you can stipulate a amount of tokens that request must use. Remember that when we are talking about tokens are not just the data that we put over the LLM and the data that we extract over them. Max tokens also involve how much thinking the LLM will do to give your answer. So if the LLM does not find a simple answer and start thinking about it, your budget will start growing, okay, until reach the limit that you put on your API request. And of course, that can make your price of the LLM call change a lot. We have experienced like more than 10 times the price that we estimate of LLM request can be more higher. And with this max tokens or budget, you can limit the cost, but you will lose what your prompt was about to tell, because if you put the max tokens, the LLM will stop the process, but the answer sometimes is not concisive, so you basically lost your API request. So use these two parameters with care, because otherwise, or it will be very expensive, or you can simply lose what you have spent until that moment. So either way, you reach the max tokens and you cannot take advantage of that request. You must do another request to give the right answer to your user, okay? And again, tokens are not just the data that we put inside the LLM, but also the data that LLM used to process our prompt, and the data that LLM read to process our request. Because if we use the next tool, here the web search will consume your tokens, because the LLM will read across the internet some articles, some information, and all that read will be costing to you. You must pay tokens for that. So be careful when you use this kind of parameters, because they can be very expensive, okay? And other features here are function caller and structured output. Function caller is not, pay attention, not that LLM will call a function. LLM will not do that. What LLM will do is, when you present a list of functions with a previous description, LLM will look at that inside that index that you provide to them, and will find what function and with what parameters can be executed based on the user prompt. Okay, it's very close to what we have nowadays as MCPs. So LLM will try to fit your user input, your user prompt, inside a list of a previous functions that you specify to LLM. The advantage to use this function caller set and not the prompt is that some models does not price over function caller structure set. So you can have a very large function caller structure set, send them to the LLM, and LLM will not cost that structure set. You will only pay for the tokens that LLM will expend reading that function caller. So if the prompt of your user was answered only by the LLM, the function caller is not accessed. But if LLM thinks that maybe some functions can be called from the prompt that user put in, you will pay all the tokens that LLM expand reading all the instructions that you provide for the functions. Okay, and structured output is just the same, but in different way, because inside of have a function being called with certain parameters, LLM will put a structured output. It's like that your user puts some questions or some informations inside the prompt, and you will always receive, your application will always receive a structured JSON format with structured fields and certain structure that you specify to LLM. And again, the advantage of that is that if you put the command to struct your output inside the context, you will always pay for the tokens that LLM expand reading the context. But if you put on the structure output, you will not pay for that. You only pay again for the structure that the LLM write, but you do not pay for all the structure set output that you put inside your request. So maybe you can take care of some tokens in that parameter. Okay. So web search, as I told you before, the LLM, the foundation model, will search the web. Again, only a function available in foundation models. All the local models does not have any of these functionalities. And we have a lot of models. Every great LLM provider has many models. Of course, I will not go through every one of them, but I will show you some difference here. So Gemini, we have 1.5 that it's obsolete, will go down in September. We have 2.0 and 2.5 that are very expensive. 2.5, so 2.0 maybe is the most cost effective, at least in our opinion. We have ChatGPT from OpenAI that has the 4.1 and the mini and nano. Okay, the mini is the more compact version, and nano the most cheapest. So you will must analyze from your application perspective what to use. And GPT also has the O3, but the O3 is very expensive because they use thinking, and thinking can consume a lot of tokens, again on the parameter of thinking and thinking budget that we talked before. So be careful of that. We have cloud. Cloud, in our experience, are very very expensive. So we use in very some specific situations. And with cloud, we have Opus 4, the new one, and Sonnet. So here we have some specificities from each foundation model. So with Gemini, we have giant context window is a Gemini aspect that any other foundation model has. So we can have either 1 million or 2 million parameter context. This is absurd. This is a fantastic amount of context. In some applications, Gemini proves that they can process 11 hours of video recording inside just one prompt. Of course, you will pay for that giant context window, but again, is something that any other LLM has, and some specific applications maybe take advantage of that. And we also has grounding with Google search. Notice that this is different from web search, because web search will only search the web. Okay, only search the web and give some answers that user put in the prompt. The LLM will write an answer based on what LLM found on the web. But this grounding search with Google is that the LLM will only answer what it finds on the Google search. So it's a little more specific if maybe you are dealing with some texts that are available on the internet, like law texts or API documentations or any other kind of documentation that are available on the internet. You can maybe use this Gemini feature, because the LLM will not hallucinate so easily based on the things that are on the internet. And Cloud has the specificity of prompt cache, and in our opinion is very good one. It's expensive, but again is very good, because Cloud prompt cache will keep the cache of certain prompts and only make you pay the different tokens after that request. Let me explain. It's like when you use a SQL database and you put the same query and only change the value of the parameter, not the SQL itself. So usually the great SQL databases will keep all the cache for you and will not structure all the SQL again. And Cloud, to illustrate, will do the same, but with the prompt, and it will be very much cheaper for you to use this approach. So if your solution maybe involves to send a lot of requests in a short amount of time with the same or very similar contexts, maybe Cloud will be fit very well for your application because of this feature. And in the last event, Cloud has announced that the prompt cache now has the time duration of 1 hour. Before was 20 minutes, and now we have 1 hour of prompt cache. So for many applications it will be a very good parameter, a very good solution. And other specificity for OpenAI or ChatGPT is batch execution. So only OpenAI has this functionality, that is, we can send a lot of prompt executions to OpenAI, and OpenAI will return that executions to us either 24 hours after we send the request, and in exchange for that delay time of process the prompt that we send to OpenAI, they will cost the half of the price. So if your application maybe use something that is not synchronous, that user can put a prompt and go away for like 1 day, the next day they will have the answer, and you will pay only the half of the tokens that their request will usually take. So again, other specific functionality, you must think if it fits or not with your application. And in applications, empirical, okay, based on our knowledge and our experience, we have these approaches. So Gemini works very well for narrowing prompts and mathematics solutions, everything that go more on exact areas of the knowledge. Gemini works very well for us, and Cloud answer very well with all the analytical things and new ideas that maybe your user try to use inside your applications. So Cloud for us work very well on this particular area. Other areas, Cloud works well, but is too expensive, at least in our opinion. And OpenAI is more an open ground API we can use to basically all the applications out there. But again, OpenAI is a little bit cheaper than Cloud, but also expensive, so we must equilibrate that with Gemini and other API solutions. So these are the main uses that we are using in our applications. And again, be careful. Always compare the model prices, because inside each model version has its own prices. Sometimes either the time of the day can change the model price, so be careful of that. Otherwise, it will be very expensive for you to use these foundation models. Be prepared for scale. So consider that sometimes one request took only 50 cents, but if you will do 1 million requests, maybe the cost of all the requests will go out of the budget that you are trying to spend in your software solution. So always be prepared for scale, and also compare the model price for scale, because not all the models have the same price for scale. Sometimes it's even more expensive to use the model in scale. And consider the time to compute. Some models can give you the right answer, but will take you a lot of time to do the process, to do the thinking, even you paying for it. So also analyze the time that you must consume to every API request. And other thing that we have learned is consider the other costs. Okay, some API models has a price calculator with only tokens. So you go there, put your token numbers, put the output token numbers, and think, oh, okay, this is the cost. And when you start to running the application, you will be you have to pay for the network, for the cache, for the compute engine, for many other things that cloud compute consume. So you're not only paying for the tokens that you are sending, but all the other infrastructure that maybe are related to that token consumption. So be aware of that. And always try the prices in production side to see if what you are planning to do is what your model will really tax you after you use it. Okay, so this is all the things that we have encountered while we are using these foundation models. And to the open sources. Well, open sources have high hardware requirements, so usually simple machines cannot run them, or will run them very, very slowly. They usually require more than 16 gigabytes of RAM. Sometimes they require a local graphics adapter, otherwise they will use CPU and all the machine will freeze. So think of hardware when you are for thinking of using open source. They are less options, so we does not have function call, context, all the things that I showed you before that foundation model has, the open source does not have. And usually the context window of the open source model are very small, and the largest that I see are about 8,000 tokens. So it's a very small context window. Of course, many applications can do fine with that context window, but it's small compared to what the foundation models can handle. And also you will use a API, local, but still an API. So you have the JSON traffic, you have all the lower time or the time consumption thing that a API, external API call has, but of course running locally. And so even that aspect of using a open source is not advantageous, because you will not run inside your application. You will always have to access an external process, even being in your own computer, but a external process. Okay. And The other way to use is in your source code. And again, remember that classificate what you will put inside the LLM and what not is not a simple question to deal with. So consider that well when you are trying to write your code with an LLM solution. For us, the Delphi and the C Builder IDEs works very well in that way, because we can separate what we want to use in LLM and what not, and it's very different from Windsurf or either close editor, because they have access to all our source code, and we does not have that when we are using the RedStudio solution. Okay, so for things that we want to share with LLM and use a API or a browser to write our code for us, we can use the Canvas solution. If you never have seen before, I strongly suggest you to go there to use. Here we have a sample with ChatGPT, but Claude and also Gemini has this option. You just go there and flag the Canvas flag, and when you ask for some prompt, they will put the source code in a separate window, and you can start giving instructions only to change that piece of code. So again, we will not put all our business logic, all our software intelligence inside this piece of code, but we can write all the common stuff, all the CRUD access, all the simple data access, or all the open world information that our application has deal with. We can use this kind of solution to write, and after that took that piece and integrate in our software solution. It's a very productive way, at least in our opinion, to write software code. Okay, and also we has a more advanced system that are multi-agents. We have a sample from Google Vertex. In this context, we lose a little bit of track on things, because we will ask to an agent to do the source code for us, and this agent will write the code, will test the code, will do all the process from the development cycle. But again, be careful when you choose to use that, because you will simply do a vibe coding like experience, because you only will see the result after many agents take care of that inside the process. And at least in our opinion, this is a very strong system, but also still a very initial phase, so does not work very well for all the software solutions. For some kind of solutions, maybe they will work the source very well, but in other more specific solutions or solutions that LLM haven't seen a lot of times before, they will not work very fine. So be careful when you are using multi-agent, at least in our opinion. Okay, and again, keep in mind to not lose the track of all your business information, all your business logic, all your application source code. Maybe will not be a good idea to do that. And we also has AI ML for CI/CD, and this I have a little process here to show you how it will be done. We can simply change our source files, input that inside the GitHub or even a local Git solution, and with Git actions or any other kind of action that can be triggered by the Git events that we have, that Git action will automatically call a API from a foundation model or even a local API from a open source model, do some task inside our source code, and commit and push after that if everything works fine. And for this kind of solutions, what we have usually in these GitHub actions, can be the documentation of the application can be generated. We can have the security of our source be validated. We can also have the bugs of our source code be validated. And of course, again, reminder that classificate what you will put inside the LLMs, what LLMs must see and whatnot. But reminder that I must remind you that OpenAI O3 has found bugs inside the Linux kernel system. So the system is so good to finding bugs in source code that it alone finds a bug in a very distributed system with an open source model that run in the world by many great developers. And even so, O3 was able to find a bug that none of the good developers of Linux has found before. So think of that when you are trying to use this kind of implementation, because their models are very good in some aspects of source code and they can really help you. But again, think through what you want to share with them and what not. And I think that this will be the most exciting and the most applicable things that I can share with you about the models. So really thank you for your attention. Here are my contacts, Dion at ivraai.com. And again, thank you to Embarcadero Ian for the opportunity, and I may be here to answer some questions.
Excellent. And let me just do this for a second. And I've got some captions on mine. Let's turn that one off. And Dion is with me live. Let me make you live. There you go. How are you doing?
Hi, Ian. Thanks
Yeah, that
for
was a good
having me.
presentation, and long enough that my dog, who needed to go outside, I could take a look outside as well. I did watch your presentation before, I should point out. I didn't just abandon it and go, nah, I don't care. No, it was good. I thought you
No
brought up some
problem.
very interesting points. I will come to some questions as well, because a couple of people asked some questions. Maxi Donkey, who, despite the crazy name, is actually a very prolific developer who creates quite a lot of AI stuff. Maxi Donkey, you have to ping me by email and tell me if you're okay with me telling people what your real name is, because I do know what his real name is, but he might not want the world to know. So it's a he. That's as much as I can say. But a very, very good developer, even though he's very shy and says, I don't do Delphi that much. The guy churns out so many add-ons. Wow, if he doesn't do a lot of Delphi, I can't imagine what it was like when he did. So one thing you said, well, two things that I thought was very interesting, and then I'll come to the questions. Claude, you said you found Claude was very expensive. Did you find that more expensive than the other models, or just the way it works became more expensive?
We found it more expensive, at least in our users cases, Ian. Overall, the request to Cloud cost 10 times the request to OpenAI or
Wow.
Gemini. Yes, Cloud is a very good, but Cloud consume a lot of tokens
Right.
during the process. And also the price of token of the Cloud is more expensive, in our opinion, in our
Yeah,
use cases.
that's crazy. And also, it's kind of a black box, really, because they tell you how many tokens you've used, and there's no, as far as I'm aware, I mean, there are some tools I think that can guess the amount of tokens that would be used, but actually nobody really knows. Is that right? That you can't look at something and go, that's going to
Yes.
be 1,000,000 tokens, or that's going to be 7. There's not any. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Maxi Donkey, because I
Not.
know he knows some of this stuff as well, but I believe.
And even Ian, we have a partnership. We in my new company we have found a partnership with Google. So Google for startups are helping us, and we asked some engineers at Google why it's so difficult for us to calculate the prices, and they say that is a common thing across the
Yeah.
market that you only will know how much will cost at the
Yeah.
end of the process.
Oh, it's
It's
a
not
common thing that it costs,
a
but
good
yeah,
thing
thanks
for
for what, it's like,
yeah.
isn't it funny? I think a lot of this is to do with the newness of the market. I think I mean, it's been a couple of
Yeah.
years now, so it's not brand new, but I think it's still taking some time to mature. And what will happen, I think, is over time, the market will mature so that people will get more kind of understanding of what is a competitive system and what isn't. And once people start choosing the systems based on the results they get and the price it's going to cost them, which is kind of what you were talking about, I think that's when we'll start to see maybe some prices come down, or maybe some more predictability. Amazon don't care. I mean, with with Amazon AWS, you can set a budget, but there's no way of stopping it breaking your budget. And so if you use S3 is really cheap. Let me think of, if you use one of their cloud computing models, which is like a virtual machine in Amazon's cloud, you can run up horrendous charges without any way of stopping. You get lots of alerts saying, "Hey, you're about to, lose $1 million," but and I think that is, I mean, the advantage there is that Amazon don't have a lot of competition. The competition are small, smaller outfits like DigitalOcean and people like that, and maybe GoDaddy, but it's a different market. But yeah, so Claude very expensive. I that's the first time I've heard someone say it. And what I have heard people say is that they found Claude to be very good at Delphi code. I don't know whether you found that to be true or not. Have you found that?
In my opinions, yes, I use a lot of for Delphi, but for Delphi, Ian, even the open source models works well, and because if you use a lot, in my company we use a lot of AI to do at least the common thing of search code like logging and CRUD and all that stuff, you will start to see that many of these large models start to put JavaScript source code inside the
Oh,
have the
yeah,
print screen. I'm not kidding. They start to use the some because of course they has been trained on the Delphi data, but as you said yesterday, online the JavaScript code is a very large knowledge base. So some logic that you may ask the large foundation models to write for you, they will write in JavaScript and not Delphi.
yeah. And Maxi Donkeys, as I said, I knew he'd know something. He says the price of OpenAI with O1 Pro for 1 million tokens is between $200 and $600. Holy cow! I mean, that's a big chunk of money in most countries, but especially in Brazil, that would be a big
Yes.
problem. Talking of Brazilians, by the way, Kivian keeps saying hi to us. An ex big boss. She used to work for you, and until you left, of course. I think she might
Yeah,
have
yeah.
moved as well now as well. But
Another big
yeah,
boss.
I get on really well with Kivian. She's been going on like immersive English language courses, where you go to like a camp out
Yeah.
in the farm somewhere or something, and you spend a whole week learning English. And I well done, Kivian. I've mentioned to it before, but I can say bom dia and obrigado and stuff like that. That's it. That's all I can say in Brazilian Portuguese. But and fala pessoal, is that the other one? Like hey guys or something like that. I forget what it is. But anybody that takes the time to learn English, because English is a crazy language. It doesn't make sense half the time, even to an Englishman. So God knows what it must be like if you're a Brazilian. And she's saying as well, yes, I can speak English now. Yeah, I think you can speak some English.
Great.
Otherwise, I'll put her on the spot, and then she'll be, "Oh, why are you scaring me?" So, but yeah, it's good. Just to go back, and Soledad De Campos, by the way, who's someone else you know as well. I follow her on
Yes.
Instagram. I saw her in Amsterdam at the Delphi Summit. She's traveling all the way around Europe at the moment, and she keeps taking pictures of the Leaning Tower of Pisa and things like that. So our MVPs are out and about, people. They're everywhere, you know. on tour. So yeah, Maxi Donkey was, as I said, he's kind of an expert in this, or well, he's a de facto expert, even if he says he isn't. But he says remote MCP is the way to go right now. I agree, and in fact, later on today, our final session at 3 p.m. my time, and it's currently 12, so in 3 hours' time, is a demo by Bruno Ferens from TMS with showing MCP in your own apps as well. So very interesting stuff. Well, I think that's it. Maxi Donkey mentioned a few other things, but I think they got dealt with. Overall, I think. Oh, and there's another one coming out of the woodwork. He's coming on later, actually. Daniel Fernandez, but Disciples of Dion, you've got a fan club, my friend. Yeah, and you're back again tomorrow, aren't you? Is it tomorrow? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, with Diego, isn't it? Diego Hernani. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, with Diego also.
Yeah,
With
because
Diego, yeah. Diego
Diego
also
gets
work
camera
with me,
shy
and
when you ask him to speak English. Is that what you said before? He's like, I don't
yeah,
know. I've heard him speak English, and he can
and
speak
and
English fine, but
Diego speaks fluent Spanish. So Diego also has this
oh,
difficult because it's the
oh
third
my
language,
god!
and he is shy. Oh, I can speak English correctly. I
I
said,
should have got
man, you
Antonio
speak
Zapata
already
on
one
because
language.
Antonio could translate from Spanish for him. So there you go. Antonio speaks fluent Spanish. I think he speaks some Portuguese. I'm not sure, but I know he speaks Spanish and perfect English. So I respect all of you. I
Nice.
mean, you guys are presenting in English. It's not your first language. I could not do that I can speak French, and I couldn't do a webinar in French, even though I speak relatively good French. But I actually, Maxi Donkey's asked a question now, which is, I'd like to know what Dion thinks about OpenAI's V1 responses endpoint point for the agentic approach. Okay, I'm not even sure I understand the question. So what does he mean by that? The version 1 responses endpoint, but the agentic approach. This is, I think this is a relatively new thing, so I don't know an answer to that. Do you know anything about that at all? No.
I have used OpenAI agentic approach, but I do not use it at API mode. So at least in production, I cannot speak to you, Maxim Donkey, because uh, will be only opinion. But in the playground works fine. So but also the difficult with agentic Ian is that agentic will expend a lot of more token because they will do the work alone. You will lose the track. You only can set a budget, but again,
Yeah.
if you reach the budget, the task is not done, so you lose all. And sometimes put the budget and not tell you or run wild will be better for you than use a
So
budget, a
AI
very
is not going to come and
budget.
take our jobs or take over the world and kill us and make us their slaves. All it's going to do is bankrupt us by taking all our money. So
For
that's another
sure.
way of eradicating the human race. So yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
And Keith says, is it possible to access an open source LLM from RAD server? I'll answer this question. The answer is it depends on the interface. There are some blog posts, I think, that have just come up about that, and I can't. I'll look it up during the next video, but it is the answer is yes, but you need to configure it. And Maxi Donkey says OpenAI drops its assistant approach for V1/responses. Oh, great. Well, there you go. It's Maxi Donkey. This as I said at the very start of this, I'm not the expert on this. I definitely not, and I'm learning this week as well. I mean, I know a fair bit because I've used it, and I use it, and certainly in apps and things like that. I know how to make AI do my bidding, but I certainly don't claim to be an expert on it. And what else have we got? And and Einstein
And
says,
in
"Oh wow, you
in
speak
my
French? Bien sûr." but of course I speak French. Je parle français. Oh, le bon roi d'Agobert avec son grand culotte. He'll understand that. It's a children's nursery rhyme, and it's a long story. I used to have to look after a French grandmother, not my grandmother, but someone else's grandmother, and so she only spoke French, and she had dementia. She lived in England, but thought she lived in France. And so, when they sell a house, they put a sign outside saying "for sale," like the house is on sale. She used to think that it said "for sale," which means very dirty. So it was confusing to her to drive past, like pushed in a wheelchair, past all these signs that appeared to say the house was really dirty. It's just, I mean, a poor woman. How awful. So there you go. But Einstein, yes, do speak some French. Don't put me on the spot though, because I'm not presenting French. Keith says thank you, and Keith also says great presentation as well. So good job, Dion. We need to go because I need to go on to the next guy, but I'll see you again tomorrow. And is that right? Yeah, tomorrow. And where we'll be doing some more stuff about AI. I really appreciate the effort you put into this. I've said this before. People see, a video of say 30 minutes, 40 minutes, but however long that video is 5 times the length to actually get it ready. And with an American accent like Patrick speaks English with a French accent, says, yeah, okay. British, actually, not American, but I am British American. But, as I was saying, the effort that goes into these things is, a lot more than people see, and it takes 4 or 5 times the length of that. And you've done 3 sessions or 4 sessions, I think. And thank you, because that's a heck of a lot of it. I know it helps because we're promoting your company up there, but even so, it's an educational thing. You're not going, oh, here's my site. And Max Monkey says thanks, Dion, as well. So.
And I say to my friends that talked to me yesterday, I've been preparing myself over the last 2 years to work with it. And of course, Agentic and MCP are very new stuff, but API approach has a lot of things to we use in our applications today. So I'm very happy to be able to share something with the people, and I hope that many who are seeing this can apply on their jobs, on their software solutions. Will be very nice.
And someone saying, Sandro is saying, would it be worth hiring an AI server on a machine? Watch this space, because I believe that this will be the next big thing. That I think you'll get NVIDIA partnering with someone, and they will probably start offering a local, cloud instances that run AI models for you. But don't think it's going to be cheap. There's just no way. Even if they had a massive server farm, AI is expensive to provide as a service for the service provider, never mind the consumer. I made this point yesterday. There's $6.5 billion investment by Microsoft. Someone at Microsoft who's in charge of the money is saying, where's my return? When am I getting my money back? We Embarcadero, we haven't done that, so we don't mind if you use AI or not. We think you should, but this is the problem, that the cost of providing the AI service is immense at the moment, and they're going to need to drive those costs down in order to reduce the price. Because at the moment, getting into the business of using AI at scale is expensive, and which means you've either got to pass on the cost to your customers or have a very efficient way of using that service yourself. So yeah, it's a great thing. Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to let you go, but thanks very much, Dion, and I'll see you again tomorrow. See ya. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ian. Bye.
Okay, so let's see what we've got coming next. Turn that QR code off. So we are running about 10 minutes late, and I apologize to my guests who I know keep turning up and things like that. We are currently, ignore that thing that says now, because that's in the wrong place. That was different models for different solutions. The next one presentation is by David Cornelius, and it is the truth about AI, what worked, what didn't work, and are we all doomed? That's my fault for that slightly doom and gloom message. But really, what this video is about the practicalities of using AI and David Cornelius's experiences using that. And it's a relatively short video, and I think he's joining me live. He's not turned up yet, but he should be joining us live soon. But I will see you after the video for live Q&A. Speak to you soon.
Welcome to Embarcadero's AI Codecamp. This session is a collection of experiences I've had and how I've used AI in a variety of ways to increase my productivity as a programmer. It will include links to a few blog posts I've written and some of the AI chat conversations I've had. The agenda will go through some tasks I've selected from daily work and how AI has helped in different ways for each. All of these are tasks I could have done on my own, but AI either helped me past a mind block, offered suggestions I had not thought of, wrote tedious code for me, or assisted in my research. At the end, I'll mention a few miscellaneous things that don't really fit into these categories, and finally share a link to one of my main sources of AI inspiration, a newsletter called Superhuman. First, a little history about myself. Like many of the older Delphi generation, I started with early versions of Turbo Pascal, both in college and in my first long-term job. I used several other programming languages either for work or as a side interest, or in the case of PHP, to build dynamic websites. When Delphi came out in 1995, I quickly threw out the Object Windows library I was struggling with and joined a few others in the Portland, Oregon area to discuss this hot new RAD tool for Windows. We decided to meet monthly and called ourselves the Oregon Delphi User Group. When the leader moved to the East Coast, I was the most enthusiastic and frequent attendee and became the default coordinator. And despite my best efforts, I'm still the coordinator to this day. I'm currently using both Delphi 5 and Delphi 12 in my day job, migrating a suite of several hundred programs up to modern code. On the side, I maintain some old programs in Delphi 7 and XE for a few clients I've had over several years, and always start new projects in the latest versions of Delphi. A few years ago, I wrote a book called Fearless Cross-Platform Development with Delphi to help those like myself upgrade their VCL skills to work with FireMonkey to develop for platforms other than Windows. Finally, I'm happy to be considered an Embarcadero MVP and do my best to support these products. So, without further delay, let's jump into it. A quick note. To increase clarity and in the spirit of using AI, several parts of this presentation use AI narration generated at resemble.ai.
This first task involved writing a DLL in a modern version of Delphi to call a SOAP web service from an application built with Delphi 5 which does not have the necessary components or security protocols to support SOAP web services. I noticed the XML to send was pre-packaged with the SOAP envelope. Usually I would start Delphi's SOAP importer to get it set up and then use the generated class. But looking at this, my mind went blank. It seems silly now that I have the simple solution, but I decided to give AI a try. At the time, AI tools were still fairly new and ChatGPT was what everyone was talking about. So opened it up and simply asked, how do I call a SOAP web service from Delphi without using the WSDL importer? The response was a great explanation of how to call SOAP web services, from creating the request XML to sending, receiving, and parsing the response, and even handling errors. It was a little overkill for what I needed, but it got me started. It suggested using the indie libraries. I wanted to use the newer net HTTP client ones instead, and it rewrote the code for me, albeit with a syntax error. In the end, I ended up with exactly what I needed without wasting too much time because I had drawn a blank on how to perform this simple task. This is an elementary example, but I want to point out a couple of things. 1. AI can help jog your memory of things you already know. 2. AI can offer solutions that aren't always what you want, but leads you to correct it. Sometimes unlocking new ideas within yourself and coming up with a better solution. In this case, my use of AI is like using a rubber duck. Someone to talk to that, by merely voicing your problem, helps you realize the solution. You can read about this experience and see the code that evolved on my blog.
This next task involved fixing a Firebird database for a customer. A friend of mine wrote an insurance agency management system over 20 years ago and still maintains it for customers around the US. He's nearing retirement and doesn't want to rewrite the Delphi 2007 app to support multiple platforms or to make it a web-based app. So, I worked with him to set up a couple of servers in the cloud into which his customers can log in via RDP and run the program there. The application uses the Firebird database with the server easily handling all the database requests for each agency. This has been in place and running quite well in the cloud for over 5 years. Once in a while, the program loses its connection to the Firebird server. Usually, it can quickly reconnect and continue without anyone noticing. Rarely, though, Firebird still thinks the client application is connected and refuses a second connection. When this happens, the easy fix was to simply reboot the Firebird server. That's fine for an in-office installation, but is not okay when it will affect 22 other offices and dozens of other users in the cloud. I used to be quite familiar with all its command line tools, but I don't use Firebird very often anymore. Neither he nor I could remember how to address this problem, nor could we come up with the right keywords to reveal the answer with a Google search. Finally, I asked AI, how do you tell Firebird 2.15 to clear connections from a database? The response was quick and exactly what I needed. It listed the exact tool and the parameters that solved the problem perfectly, and the customer was up and running in no time. This use of AI is what I'd put in the instant recall category. Again, you can read about this on my blog if you're interested in the details. A common task often attributed to AI when coding is refactoring. I have 2 examples to share. This first one takes a look at a long set of if statements, each based off the first character of a string variable. The solution was pretty simple, and the task was given to AI to retype it for me with the following prompt. Refactor the following Delphi if structure using a case statement on trans 1. It did exactly what I asked, and the code was perfect. But I got to thinking, how would AI solve this if it wasn't told how to optimize? So I tried a slightly different prompt. How would you refactor the following Delphi if structure? There were 3 options presented. The first one was very similar to my approach, but since I had not told AI that trans was a string, it assumed it was a char. We had a short discussion about case statements being based on ordinal values, and it gave me both the indexed string version and the single char version. The second option presented was using a T-dictionary. I could see how this option would be useful if it was pulling these values out of a database, or if there was a long list of entries added at various points throughout the program, but in this case, it wasn't what I was looking for. The third option was touted as being the fastest and most compact solution, using an array lookup with all the key characters in a string, their position being an index into a corresponding array containing their descriptions. While this might be arguably the fastest method, I could see it also being the most error-prone if someone had to modify the list later. These AI conversations were done with Claude in its web browser chat window. I did try Delphi 12's Smart Code Insight feature, also using Claude, and its suggestion was very similar to the first option. Here's a short recap of how that worked in Delphi 12. it puts the modified code in a comment below your section of code that was highlighted. Word wrapping needs to be fixed. The benefit of using AI in this example was to improve code by taking something ugly and turning it into something beautiful. And while this exercise was simple, it was also an interesting learning experiment that illustrates two things. First, AI will try to do exactly what you tell it. Second, if you're not specific, it might come up with a different solution that might surprise you. The second example I have for using refactoring with AI is to remove duplicate code. As I was working with a custom table component, I found a function in the class to get a date-time string with user initials embedded. That looked familiar, and sure enough, there was a utility class with identical code in another unit. This was another case where I knew exactly what I wanted and did not take the time to ask AI how to solve it. I just wanted the work done for me. This required several edits to both units, which I supplied to AI, and its response pointed out all the places to make the changes. Once again, I used AI to improve my code, this time removing duplicate code.
A great use of AI for coding is writing unit tests. As mentioned previously, a large part of my job is migrating hundreds of programs from Delphi 5 to Delphi 12. This includes a great many library units, of course. There were no unit tests for any of them, and I wanted to not only verify the migrated code, but also document their use for better understanding. My first prompt when starting this was simply, please write unit tests for the Delphi classes in the attached unit using dunit. The explanatory response was rather long. You can check it out at the link on the screen if you're interested. As I looked at the generated code, I realized the prompt needed lots of clarification and refinement. The first thing I decided to change was to use dunit because it's a more modern syntax and provides greater flexibility with less code by adding test cases using attributes instead of writing additional procedures. However, I found that Claude was better with dunit tests than dunit, so that required a little reworking after every unit test produced. It also put a lot of assert tests in each procedure. I had to specifically request smaller test case procedures, and it still lumped too many together in my opinion. As I developed tests for more library units, I found that passing date parameters needed to be type-specific. Test cases that passed in 0 treated the parameters as floating point instead of datetime and needed to be corrected to prevent type mismatch error. After several unit tests and several iterations of the prompts, I finally used this one for all subsequent requests, and it worked really well. This was definitely a case of learning how to write a better prompt to get a better answer. The use here, of course, is to reduce the tedium of writing all this code myself. Sure, there are tools and templates that jumpstart unit test writing, but using AI was quicker. Plus, it wasn't constrained by knowing the typical use of these units, so it added tests I would not have worried about. This actually revealed some problems with the libraries that may have been hard to track down later if ever encountered. You can see the results of this prompt at the link here. This is probably the most fun use of AI because it generates a lot of code in real time. You can just sit back and watch it fill up your screen. And that's what we've all wanted from the beginning, isn't it? To make our computers work for us.
The lengthiest AI chat conversation I've had was to research and prepare a presentation I plan on giving on RAD's server. I had given an introduction on the topic several months ago to the Oregon Delphi user group. That came together fairly easily because it covered basic things like the software and licensing required, how to install it, and how to write a simple Hello World module and see it working in both the debug server and deployed to production. The next session, though, needed to dive deeply into security and authentication methods. I wanted code examples in areas for which I was less familiar. This resulted in a conversational iterative process where AI presented several suggestions. Then I picked various topics for more information and told it to skip others. It was very much like I was chatting, or perhaps texting, with a fellow programmer. I had been reading sample AI prompts in blogs and articles and noticed many times the prompt will start off by declaring, "You are an expert in," and you fill in whatever topic you want to discuss. I thought I'd try that approach. "You are an expert at Delphi and using RAD server to build REST services. Prepare a presentation on the subject to fellow Delphi programmers where they already know a little about RAD server, but want to go deep on the following topics." Then I listed the topics I wanted to focus on and instructed it to create a set of slides for me. This resulted in an amazing, fully prepared presentation with 28 slides and even speaker notes. It was in text format, so I had to copy and paste to PowerPoint, but the sections of text for each slide were clearly identified and even contained the sample code I wanted. I then proceeded to pick and choose certain slides to either skip or provide greater detail and asked questions of some of the topics it suggested. This saved a lot of time in organizing my thoughts and putting together an outline to share with the group. It was like collaborating with a colleague at a whiteboard. What's more is that the conversation is saved and I can pick it up later to finish it, continuing right where we left off.
Here are a few more things for which I've used AI that aren't necessarily related to my day job. Image generation has been around for a few years now. All the images I use on my blog and that I added to this presentation were built with AI prompts. I blogged about it a few months back. Have you ever written an ISAPI DLL and put it on a Windows web server? The resulting URL can be pretty long and ugly, especially if there are additional paths or parameters. If this is a landing page for a website, you may want to clean it up by using rewrite rules. Doing this on a Windows server with IIS is quite a pain. Then again, it's not easy using the Apache web server either, but there seems to be lots of examples and tutorials out there for that platform. I could not figure it out on my own, even after wading through Microsoft documentation and trying several things. Finally, with several iterations under my belt for AI, I was able to get a nice looking URL. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the chat history for this one. Not too long ago, I needed to write a letter to cancel a financial service. I thought about using a template to make sure I got the addresses in the right place, but on a whim decided to just tell AI to write it for me. All I had to do was copy the formatted wording, add in the account numbers, and print it out. I have a friend who runs a small tutoring business and writes articles for newsletters and forums where her potential clients frequent. She uses AI to help put out articles far faster than if she had to think up and write all the content on her own limited time. I decided to try this out the 1st of April this year, typically known as April Fools, by concocting a new programming language with silly characteristics and ridiculous rules. I had a few ideas but wanted more, and AI suggested several that helped to fill out the blog. All of these uses of AI I've shared have a common theme: saving time. Now, it could be argued that sometimes code that AI generates takes more time to debug than if you had written it yourself, but for the simple tasks I've been using it for thus far, it has saved time, especially for those unit tests that I had to write. I don't use just one AI tool, and just like tools you'd see on a workbench, different tools have different purposes. There's a lot of overlap, but everyone will have their preference. I first started using ChatGPT, like most everyone else, but found Claude was a little better at Delphi, so actually I have a paid subscription there now and use its web interface frequently. A few minutes ago I mentioned AI image generation, and there are several services out there, each with their own unique attributes. I've even had a couple on my phone in the past. For now, I use the web-based artspace.ai to generate images. My voice isn't that great for giving presentations, and so I tried out resemble.ai this week for the first time. I typed in the text of what I wanted to say, selected a voice, then downloaded the WAV file and added it to the slides. I even created a voice patterned after my own voice for one of them. I'd be interested to hear what people think of the different voices for my presentation. Finally, I've recently acquired the domain PNW Delphi and haven't yet had time to build a site there, but went to lovable.dev and typed in this prompt to have it create a complete site for me within seconds. The service still has a few bugs to be worked out, and I probably won't pay to have it hosted there, but you can go to the domain and follow the link to see what it generated, which was actually quite impressive. All the AI engines are constantly leapfrogging each other with features and capabilities. Claude is the one I'm using the most right now and is one of the leaders in this field. I don't know that I'll stick with it forever or that I'll ever totally rely on AI. The bulk of my day still involves manual coding and debugging, and I just can't see how AI will replace many of the functions I perform on a daily basis. But I am using it more frequently and learning how to type better prompts. And I think that's the key I'd like to leave with you today. Learn how to prompt AI to get good results. Or, to repeat a common phrase, to get a better answer, ask a better question. Well, that's all I have to share today. I hope you found some things useful in this presentation, or at least gave you some ideas. Like I mentioned, I have a full-time job, but on the side I still have a small business supporting some legacy code. I also write about Delphi and other tech topics as I can. And if you're interested in the cross-platform book I mentioned earlier, there's a QR code to save you from searching for it. If you're ever in the Portland, Oregon area, check out that Oregon Delphi user group website to see when and where we are meeting. It's usually the third Wednesday evening of every month. Drop in to say hi. We'd love to have you join us. And last but not least, here's a link to my favorite AI newsletter, superhuman.ai. That is filled every day with news and tips and interesting stories of how AI is being used and developed around the world. On their website are links to collections of AI tools and sample prompts, a goldmine for the AI enthusiast. Thanks again for watching.
Okay, we are back. That was a great presentation. Sorry, people were asking me questions whilst I was doing it. Apparently, at some point, my microphone was live, even though the Restream software that we use said that my mic was muted when I was backstage. So I apologize if there are any clicking of keyboards, because I have a very clicky mechanical keyboard. It was not David, it was me. Yeah, oh, Martha said, yes, I turned it off for you. Producer Martha, she's my stunt double when I'm not around. Click, let's mute that. Sorry about that. My mistake. I've probably done that more than once. I don't know. He normally gives me a little warning and it says, you're backstage. Maybe I turned myself live, so to speak. But anyway, nevertheless, what we're going to do is we have David live with us. Hello, David. How are you?
Hi there.
Ah, perfect. And I must show everyone, because I actually have my own copy. And by the way, I don't think you sent me a promotional copy, did you? I don't think so. No. So I paid my own money for this. And it's I tell you what, absolute worth every cent. It really is. It's a great book. And we were both having a laugh about it, saying every so often, you open it up.
Yeah.
To look at things. And I was telling you my problem, which is I get stuck on something. I'm stuck for hours. Oh my God, how does this work in Delphi? What's the problem? And then when I Google the solution, it offers one of my own pieces of code or a webinar I've done, which is really frustrating,
It's one of the purposes of blogging is to be a reference for your future self.
You see, we're talking like two old men now. I'll think about this stuff. Yeah, it's good. And I'm really grateful to you as well for managing the Oregon Delphi Users Group, because I think I've dropped in before now, haven't I? I think I thought so. I drop in and quite a few and freak people out by going, hello, and like, you're here. But I really appreciate you running that, because the user groups, when Boyan went away and then a few other things happened, a lot of the user groups were the only thing that kept the language alive, honestly. And, over the years, the trend has been away from in-person user groups, more into, virtual user groups and the rise of the ubiquitous internet. But the Delphi Summit just proved a case in point again, that actually, meeting like this, even if it's virtual or in person, where you can, don't you all go for curries or something together, or is that another one that might be another another group, but someone goes for curries all the time. They go, Indian curry food.
Okay.
They meet in an Indian restaurant and have curries. I don't think it's you guys. I think
No, we usually go for pizza.
Pizza, yeah. So that's a food I can get behind. Yes, but I was taught how to cook Indian food at a night school. It's the only food I've actually been professionally trained to cook. Weirdly enough, but I always see these user group meetings, and I feel it's a shame that I can't turn up at them and go, actually have the pizza and all the rest of it. But anyway, I just wanted to say, thank you for that and calling you out for actually doing it. We've got a few people commenting. Where was it? This one, Skybuck Flying, which is and it's an interesting choice of username, but there you go. He tried MCP Bridge, YouTube live streamed it, and then Copilot tried to buffer overrun my browser with infinite smileys. Why MCP might be a terrible idea. Oh, really? That's weird. I mean, is this going to be the next thing? Do we think that the AIs will start fighting it out when they start to join in chat windows? I don't think it will be that they'll enslave us. I think they'll just, annoy us to the point of giving up. You said you used it for unit tests. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And what was to summarize your overall opinion of it, you think it's useful or not useful?
Well, I think it's very useful for unit tests. And like I mentioned in the video, it isn't constrained by the purpose that you're using the library units for. And so it'll write all kinds of tests that are like, why are you testing? Oh, yeah, that actually is a good test, isn't it?
Oh,
and
really?
it came up with some, edge cases that I wouldn't have thought of that actually revealed a couple bugs in the program. And I had to modify the libraries just in case those would ever be caught.
Yeah. I mean, you said it's kind of weird to sort of sit back and it's like magic.
Yeah.
They just it's like someone's taken over your keyboard remotely and typing in. I've personally experienced that as well. It's a slightly surreal experience because I don't know about you, but I'm very picky about my IDE. And I'm divorced now, but my ex-wife, who I get on very well with, she was the only person I ever trusted to touch my computer because she's a techie and she also knows not to touch my stuff. So don't fiddle with my code. And she was good at that. Although she used to do things like change my background to have cat pictures and stuff like that. But it's still that little surreal moment where the AI starts to do some code for you and you are giving up that essence of you as a developer to something.
Oh, no. Now, I'm not giving up anything. It generates it and I copy paste into my editor. Like I mentioned in the video, I use Claude mostly as the web-based. And so it's not the expensive API use.
Yeah.
I do have it hooked into Delphi as well. And I put in like $25 several months ago for tokens. And I think I still have more than $24 left. So I don't use it that much. And I don't use it inside products, but I just use it as an external web interface to kind of help me do things a little faster. So I just copy and paste and then modify and test from there.
Isn't it weird that, when I did my opening kind of session where I was talking about the rise of AI and it being the next big thing, I mean, I was there for the IBM PC to be invented. That, I'm that old.
Yeah.
And COBOL and, DOS. I even remember DOS being, very basic, not pun not intended there, but a very a very rudimentary operating system. That's the word I'm looking for, with folders and things like that. And I remember CPM really vying for DOS dominance, really. And if it hadn't been for digital research really being stuck by the fact that I forget his name now, but he died in a plane crash. But it really feels like AI is the equivalent of maybe the internet's big burst onto the scene.
Yeah.
And what I think is interesting, and here's a parallel that maybe people haven't drawn. Do you remember how we used to have very big telephone bills for dial-up internet? Now, I don't know whether it was true in the United States, because I obviously still lived in the UK at the time. But the cost of dialing up these internet services initially was the cost of a phone call, and you don't get free local phone calls. Whereas I believe in the United States, local calls were free. I think, was that right? Or yeah.
Mhm.
So the thing used to be that you dial up internet, you dial a local number, and so you would connect, and it wouldn't cost you anything. And then you pay for the service time
Right.
or something like that. Well, it wasn't the case in the UK, and I remember having some very difficult moments where I had a phone. That's a subtle way of putting it, but the phone bill turned up and it was hundreds of pounds at a time when, you know, your weekly wage was not hundreds of pounds, and that, I think, a parallel there is what's happening with AI. Everybody wants to use this service, but the hidden costs are a bit of a worry. And I think Paul Jackson is saying local was and is free. Yeah, I mean, I'm an American now, so you know. But I think there's a parallel there between, you know, that kind of thing where you're saying I don't use it enough to actually, you know, raise a bill that costs you too much. But I think that, as Dion was saying in his session, there is a possibility for that if you're not careful. You know, if you sign up to a service where you hand over your credit card and then keep your fingers crossed that it's not going to drain it, you know, that can happen. And that's exactly like the days of early AOL and all those other services
Or
where,
even cloud services like Azure or Amazon Web Services. You
oh
just,
god, yeah,
you know, you leave a compute machine, a virtual machine on, and don't, you know, you forgot to turn it off, and it's clicking up a bill. Fortunately, they have the budgets that you can set up to warn you, and like, oh man, that's getting up there. I better go, you know, shut it down. Or
I remember a scene in Silicon Valley, the TV series, and the one of the characters had taken over as CEO of some outfit, and it turned out that basically it was a service that was being used by predators, and every time there was a message sent, there was a fine that would happen. And so what was happening was they had a pinging noise every time they had a new user join or a chat message, and he's like bing 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 in the background, and he's like, oh my god, each one of those is like $50 or something like that. And it's exactly like that with AWS and all the rest of it. You see the compute time and you see that spin round, and that's real money that's being chomped away there. And Amazon don't let you set a target that cuts off. It sets a budget and then alerts you, but you know, you can raise a bill of $5,000 a month and they won't care, as long as your credit card clears. And if it doesn't, I assume they go looking for you with, you know, Amazon mafia types or I don't, you know, it's but I think that, you know, that's the problem with the AI as well, that it's still not quite mature enough that you know, that competition and that concern has raised the concern to the providers to say, actually, we need to come up with a way that make it our service more attractive and take out the worry for users, because that's going to be a barrier to adoption for the services. That if you think it's going to accidentally cost you money, then you're probably going to be reluctant to use it to its full. And I think that's
and that's why I like the monthly or annual fee, where it's, you know, if you use too much in a month, it's going to, you know, toggle you or slow you down or stop working. Yeah, but just having an API embedded and you're just using this thing, and all of a sudden you get the bill like, oh, I was using it that much. Yeah, that's scary.
I always, when I get a cell phone plan, I always get the unlimited one. And my daughter's 25 now, but when she was a teenager, you know, she'd be on that phone 24/7 with all her friends, and you know, I just never understood the people that go, "Oh yeah, it's fine," and then they get a surprise cell phone bill for several $100s. You've only got to have that happen once with a teenage child, and you soon learn how to do these things. So, yeah. Okay. Well, if there was one takeaway that you would have out of all of this, and in fact, I think we've got a question here as well. Can you make it so we can watch with lower video quality?
That would be a YouTube setting, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Internet here is woeful. Yeah. And Bozos Paid is his username. The answer is click on the YouTube thing. Although I see he's on Twitch, but you can change the streaming quality on Twitch as well, I think. So I don't quite know what the deal is, but sorry about that. I'm not in control of Twitch right now. I can't. There's nothing I can do about it. So yeah, if there was one takeaway you would have from the whole of your sort of experience of AI, what do you think it would be? What would be your kind of sage advice to someone who's going, well, maybe I should try this. Maybe I should give it a go and see.
I would say learn how to talk to the AI, learn how to prompt better. Like I ended with, to get a better answer, you ask a better question. But especially in image generation, all these images that I have either in the presentation or on the blog have multiple iterations before I finally find the right one, and I'll change the prompt just a little bit, and then it will add an extra hand, or it will remove something that I want in there. And you just have to be very explicit, because the AI is going to assume or add things that you're not thinking of. And like especially in the case of unit cases, where I just did a simple one at first, and then created stuff that was not very useful, and I had to continually refine it until I got this great big prompt that then was exactly what I needed for all the rest of the unit test.
I thought it was funny. You said in the private chat, we had a short discussion
Yeah.
with the AI, and I thought, that's actually quite funny, because you said that's exactly what you did. Is that right?
Yeah. When that particular conversation happened, and I told it to just refactor that code, I know that case statements can't be based on strings, but they can be based on chars. So when it gave me that solution, that proposed solution, I was like, that's not right. It can't be based on strings. And then it told me that it had assumed that it was char, because I hadn't told it was string. I didn't give it the full context where the variable was declared up top. And they're like, oh yeah, that's true. It could have been a char, couldn't it?
It's artificially unintelligent. I think that's, and I get that. I mean, it's the same if you had an intern or something like that. If you, and this is how I think of AI as like a junior programmer or an intern, and you go along and you say to the intern, right, create me a bunch of unit tests, and they're not very experienced. They're okay, they're not useless, but it's their first couple of years maybe, or their first year out of university or something like that, and they'll create some quite naive code. There was a big discussion about T-dictionary. And that was Maxi Donkey as well, who's actually an AI, guy. And he was saying, well, surely the modern way is with T-dictionary. Well, it is and it isn't, because the thing about T-dictionary is, in order to use that, you have to pull in some quite big libraries to do that. And if there's no other reason to use T-dictionary, because you had some code that had an array in there, and that was his comment, oh, why have you got arrays when you could use a T-dictionary? Well, because actually that's more efficient code-wise. You don't have all the overhead of containers and iterators and all the other things that go behind T-dictionary. You've got an array. It's a basic, almost mapping directly of memory, and you're indexing it using some very efficient pieces of machine code in the background. Whereas a T-dictionary is much more involved. It's much more powerful, but in terms of brevity of code and smaller units, T-dictionary is not going to give you that. Now, if you include other things that are containers and stuff like that, then you could use T-dictionary, because it's already going to be in there. But with the compiler optimizing the way it does, it's not
Well,
straightforward.
there are different uses, different solutions for different scenarios, and like I mentioned in there, a T dictionary could be useful if you're pulling stuff out from a database or adding things from several different points in the program.
Yeah.
That could be a very useful solution.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And there was a demo in Denmark, because I've been traveling around a bit to different user groups, and at the Denmark user group, which was fabulous, by the way. If you ever get the chance to be a speaker there, you really should say yes, because my word, their hotel is like the 5-star experience, and the food it was cordon bleu. I mean, it was 6-course meal with wine. Oh my word, what did I do to deserve this? Yes, of course I'll talk to your group. Yeah, I was there all day, 2 days, but one of the guys there used AI to extract a class and build a class, his own class, on the Edge browser library, and he used it. He wanted to use it for some very specific things. He wanted to pick bits out of the web page and control stuff in various ways. I forget exactly what he was doing with it, but it was a good use case, and he did it live in a session. I only just happened to ask him, "Hey, do you want to do this?" at the end of one of my talks, and he demonstrated it, and it was a very compelling demonstration of AI, because it would have taken him days to do the same thing. Now, it did get some things wrong. It hallucinated a few things, because it goes, oh, I'll just, as you said, you get some JavaScript turn up in the middle of the code where it's just going completely crazy. You're like, are you on drugs? What's going on there? But it also is known to invent functions and say, oh, there's an Ian Barker function, and yeah, that doesn't exist in Delphi, and it goes, oh yeah, sorry, I made a mistake, and then tries to get it right next time. So yeah, it's interesting. Maxidonk says unit testing and mocking with dependency injection remains the most relevant path in all 10+ coding projects in 2025. Bravo, David. There you go. You have a fan from Maxi Donkey himself. That's good. And Milan says, you mentioned the time-saving. You mentioned the time-saving features of using AI. Did you experience any personal growth effect? It sounds a bit personal. And have you felt inspired to become more critical and thoughtful about your architecture? So did it lead you to grow professionally? I think that depends on your level of skill to start off with, of course. But
well, in some ways, yes. In other ways, I'm more lazy, because like I don't have to type this; I can just give it to AI. But in other ways, as I read the responses from AI, like, oh, that's a great way. I should think about that next time I need to do this. So a little bit of both.
Yeah, I still find the whole thing pretty amazing. I mean, I don't know whether you saw this the other day, but this was I think I showed this earlier on, but this was created by Dave Nottage, and I laughed so much. He literally took a screen grab. That is obviously, if people look behind me, up here, there's a teddy bear. You can just about see it.
Yeah.
But that is my childhood toy. I had that when I was 6 months old. So it's pretty old now. It's probably worth a bit by now, I think, but it's an antique. But it's up there. But what was very interesting about the AI was, okay, it doesn't really look like me that much. Similar, but you wouldn't be able to recognize it was me if you didn't know it was me. It's hilarious. But look at the bear. It's got the bear. It's got the Union Jack. It's got the Delphi helmet, and it's even got my ukulele and part of the Boyan, which is the Irish drum in the background. Absolutely mind-blowing. And you just think, how does it do that? It's generative AI is, what they say, if something is you cannot discern the difference between it and magic, then it's magic. And that's exactly what this is it's so, if you can do that with images, and that seems to have been a real growth area where they've got better and better and better, then I believe that the code will follow as well. I think it's a more complicated subject, but I think your summary is it's not the answer to everything, but it's the answer to a lot of things, and certainly is a useful tool to add on top of what you do already. Is that right? I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's another tool that I use to do my day job.
Yeah. Well, that's great, and I'm getting there. I mean, my job's weird anyway because I do use AI to generate images. When we do blog posts and that, we use AI to detect whether the reading age is good, whether the search engines are going to like what we're writing, because that's important. You need to, and stuff like that. But I don't actually use it to create videos yet. But that'll be coming, and soon. The fact you use AI voices, I thought was very clever.
Yeah, my voice kind of cracks a little bit and isn't that great, and I stumble and stuff. But I thought, if I can just have an AI representation of my voice, and all of that stuff was stuff I typed into resemble.ai, and then I downloaded the file. And
I have heard of some companies. There's a company that is getting people who are getting things like muscular dystrophy and ALS, where it's a degenerative disease. And what they do is when you get the diagnosis, they will come along and sample your voice. So they'll train the AI, or they can get video of you, because they only need like 2 minutes or something like that. And then they will train it. And then when you lose your voice, it will then go ahead and actually make we all know Stephen Hawking's voice simulator, which was iconic, really. I mean, later on, he could have got a better voice, but it didn't make sense to do that because he was so well known. He was identified with that robotic kind of voice kind of thing, which is, but now it would have been possible for Stephen Hawking to have a truly natural sounding voice using AI replication, and so I guess people like me are going to be out of business. As a voice actor and things like that, I'm done.
One of the slides in my presentation was an AI version of my voice.
I probably missed that one. I was too busy.
And it was, I think it was the first slide that was in my voice, or the first, the one after the very, very first one was in some voice, an AI voice that wasn't that great. And then the next one is mine. And then there was a few others, but it didn't take very long to train it at all.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? And I think this is the new future. Well, we're getting towards the witching hour, but I'm just going to plug your book again, because anybody that takes the time to write a book this thick, ladies and gentlemen, that's my finger, just so they can get an idea of how thick it is. And also kudos to Packet, who are the publishers, because they are really supportive of Delphi. They're a bit strange to work with for some authors, I know that, but certainly, though they are good supporters of Delphi stuff. Your book is from them, and I know there's a few others. There's a GUI book for FireMonkey and a few others as well. So, my hat's off to Packet as well, and for you for taking time. Thanks, David. For people are scanning your book code.
Whoop, and ESICO6 just bought it, so thank you.
Oh, really? Oh, well, there you go.
So,
do I mention my 50% commission? I'm very expensive.
Hopefully it's useful. It is helpful.
Well, right. I mean, this is a good thing about my job, is it's a win-win for everybody, because all I'm doing is talking about Delphi and leading people to sources of stuff from people like you who have taken the time to sit down. I've written books myself. I've got 4 of my own books, and nothing to do with Delphi. And I know the effort that goes into it. I used to be a professional technical author, and I've written dozens of big, thick manuals for products that probably don't exist anymore. And it's a lot of work. And it's the same with these videos. For every 30 minutes of a video, someone has spent hours, because it's not 30 minutes. Even if you watch it through, it's 30 minutes extra. So it's an hour already before you've actually done anything and tweaked it. So
I usually spend about a week.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I just throw it out and hope for the best. not really, but I do put some effort into it. Yeah.
No, I appreciate you, Ian, for hosting this AI series and for all you do for us developers as an evangelist for Delphi and related products.
I'm a Delphi guy, and you know, people always say, "Why are you so cheerful all the time?" Look at what I do. You know, it's my favorite programming language. I loved it from the very first day it was released, and I get to talk about it, show other people what's good about it, and go and write code for and get paid to do it, and talk to other developers who are kind of kindred spirits. So why wouldn't I be happy? So
Right.
it's the greatest thing in the world. So and I'm always able to help other people as well, which is a nice feeling as well. So thanks for the kudos, but it's all you guys at the end of the day. Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna have to let you go, but thanks once again. And this is David Cornelius, and get his book. All right, speak to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so my Teams is pinging in the background. Someone is asking me questions when I'm on air, and let me see. Let me just tell her that I'm busy. It's nobody important, just head of international sales. Yes, it's fine. So the next session is 2 minutes late, so we've caught some time up. Thanks to David for doing that. I really appreciate it. Let me go to my sessions section. Ignore this screen where it says now. That is incorrect. Actually, no, that is correct. Yeah. Implementing your own edge AI with Delphi, which is coming up now. It's from Boyan. It is over an hour long, so we are going to run over the hour boundary. But it means I can go and get a drink of some, coffee and stuff like that to replenish myself. But Boyan is a really great guy. I'm just going to check that I haven't missed any questions. I like AI become more aware of the source codes. Yes, we are looking into that as well. But anyway, over to a session now for Boyan Mitov. I'll see you in about 60 minutes. And Boyan will be joining for the live Q&A as well. So see you soon.
Hello and welcome to the AI Codecamp. In this session, you will discover that Edge AI with Delphi is easier than you think. My name is Boyan Mitov, the president of Mitov Software, and now let's dive in the session. AI has a long history. As soon as the first computers were created, people started exploring the possibilities of using them for artificial intelligence. In the early experiments, it was quickly discovered that while computers are very good at playing games, they do face considerable challenges when being faced with navigating a example environment, computer vision, and other tasks. Later in the early 80s, people came up with alternative ideas, creating expert systems using languages such as Prolog and Lisp. The idea of the expert systems was to take the knowledge of a particular person and try to implement all of this knowledge in the form of knowledge base. This, however, was discovered to be extremely limited form of AI, and this approach was quickly abandoned. Later, with the boom of computer gaming, a variety of game engine planning implementations of AI were created, and we can see examples of that in even such simple games as Pac-Man. In recent years, the classifiers have become a very popular form of AI. Early examples of such classifiers are spam filters and speech recognition. In the last few years, based largely on classifiers, a more modern AI has emerged, such as large language models and generative AI. Nowadays, when people are talking about AI, they tend to think about cloud-based AI such as ChatGPT as example. This is, of course, AI that requires internet connection and the computation is performed on somebody's servers. There is, however, another form of AI, known as Edge AI. Edge AI executes on the edge of the internet, where the name comes from, or in essence, it's AI that will execute on your own system and does not require internet connection. The advantages are obvious. It will execute on your system. It doesn't require cloud or internet connection. It does not require you to pay for any services. It has low latency and low demand for internet bandwidth. It is secure since no data is transmitted to somebody else's system. And this way, privacy can be protected. Edge AI usually will be implemented in the form of classifiers. This is how a classifier works. A special module called Feature Extractor will take the data and extract from it features. The features are numeric values representing the data, and those values are sent to a classifier module. The classifier module detects and outputs conditions based on those features. Those conditions are often called classes. The classifier works in two modes: training and recognition mode. In training, we'll send data, the feature extractor will extract it and send the features to the classifier. In addition, we will specify the class or condition that corresponds to the features. And the classifier will learn that this condition matches the specific features. We will repeat this process until the classifier is trained. Once we have trained the classifier, we can switch to recognition mode. In this mode, again, the feature extractor will extract the features, and then, based on those features, using the existing training, the classifier will start recognizing and outputting the recognized conditions or classes. There are different types of classifiers, such as neural networks, including perceptron, naive or normal bias, hidden Markov model, kernel methods, support vector machine, k-nearest neighbor, mixture model, including Gaussian mixture model, decision tree, linear classifier, self-organizing maps, including growing self-organizing maps, and generative topographic maps. There are three different types of training for classifiers. Supervised training, where we train the classifier up front and then deploy it already trained to be used for classification. Non-supervised training, where the classifier is deployed untrained and training happens as the classifier is being used. And finally, self-organizing classifiers. Those are classifiers that effectively train or organize themselves. AI classifiers have a vast number of applications. Here are only few examples: spam filtering, computer vision, OCR, speech recognition, diagnostic utilities, industrial control, investment, code formatting, gesture recognition, robotics, games, chatbots, text generation, image generation, and function approximation. For our first example, we will do function approximation. Imagine that you have measured xy values for some function and you have a certain number of those. We want to perform the function However, we do not know the exact formula for the function. For this, we can use as example neural network and train it to effectively perform the function with certain approximation. For the project, I am using the neural network component included in Intelligence app. When training neural network, we also can use variety of trainings. In this case, we will use a backpropagation training. For the backpropagation training, I have connected the training component to the neural network. Of course, we can add other trainings and also connect them to the neural network to train it in different ways. I will also use a scope component where I will display the data. Scope component is included in the Mythos Software Plot Lab. Now let's take a look at our neural network. We'll configure it with one input and one output for the x and y values. We'll also add two hidden neuron layers, each with 6 neurons. Let's take a look at our neural network backpropagation training. Here we can specify the maximum number of iterations and what is our target or epsilon. We're trying to reduce the error below this value. Inside our button 1 click event, first I will create two matrices 26 by 1 samples. 26 is the number of training samples and 1 is the size of each individual sample. In this case, we have only one input x. A second matrix will contain the expected y result. Again, it will be samples by 1 size. Next, I will loop through the samples, populate the training data for the x and y, and for the x I will do every fourth position, and for y I will use an arbitrary function that I picked for this example. Instead of this function, you can use anything else, including measured data. And I will add the points to the first channel of the scope with the add xy point function, passing each element of the matrix. Next, I'll call the train method of the neural network backpropagation training, passing the two arrays. And finally, I will test the neural network training. I will create a test data buffer with size of one element, since each time we will be passing only single x value. I will loop to the 4 times number of samples to see some points between the samples, and I will populate the buffer with the x value and then try to predict for the y value by calling neural network predict, passing the test data buffer. In the neural network 1 on result event, we will populate the second channel of the scope to display the data. We will receive two parameters in our result. One is the features which were passed for this classification, and the result. Inside the result, we have results and other information, as example, how precise was the result. We'll pass the features and the result results 0 for both, since we have only one x and corresponding y parameters, and we'll plot the point. Let's run our project and see how it performs. If we click on the Run button and give it a bit of time, we'll see the result of the training. Because the neural network starts randomized, we may get some areas of bad training. In this case, we can simply click on the Run button again, and most likely on the second run we'll get much better results. If we make the circles for the training bigger, we can easily see the points that we used for the training with the red circles and the green circles representing the test points based on the approximation. Now let's do a bit more interesting example. In this project, we'll try to recognize faces. For the training and recognition, we'll use the AT&T training set of faces. The library consists of 10 images per person of 40 different people. For our training, for each person, we'll use the first 9 images to train the classifier, and then we'll use the 10th image to test how well the classifier performs. While the neural network that we use in the previous example is a great classifier and is widely used nowadays, it is very time-consuming to train neural networks. For this example, we will use a different type of classifier, which, while not being as good as the neural network overall, has the advantage of being very fast to train. We will use a radio basis function classifier, also known as RBF. In our code, we will declare few member variables or fields for the form. We'll explain their usage as we go through the code. For the button one click, which is the training, we'll create a bitmap. We'll create a features buffer. The images in the training set are 32 by 32 pixels, so we'll create a buffer with the size of 32 by 32. We will start populating the list view on the left side with the training faces images. We'll go through all 40 persons and we'll go to the first 9 faces. We'll load the bitmap with the corresponding file and we'll add the bitmap to the image list on the left side. Next, we'll create item for the list view. We'll set the item index to point to the last item in the image list, and we'll set caption corresponding to the specific person. Next, we'll get pointer to the pixels in the buffer, and we'll get right type of pointer to the features buffer. We'll loop through all of the pixels, which are 32 by 32, matching the buffer size. And for each pixel, we'll normalize it. Of course, the images are grayscale, so values for each pixel between 0 and 255, and assign them as floating point values in the buffer. Finally, for each of the faces, we'll pass the features buffer and the corresponding class, which is the number of the person. And we'll call the train method for the radio basis function network. Of course, then we'll end update for the list view and we'll release our already not needed bitmap. We'll also assign to a label indicating the number of so-called neurons in the RBF network that has been used during the training. Our recognition will be somewhat similar, again starting with creating a buffer and bitmap. We also will zero the total process count and error count member variables or fields, and we'll start iterating through each individual person. We'll read the recognition phase, which is the 10th phase. I have named it different way. And again, we'll add new item to the list view, set image index, pointing to the end of the image list, get the pointers to the bitmap, pixels, and the features buffer, iterate through the pixels, again assigning normalized grayscale data, and finally call predict to see what will come back. Before we continue with this code, we will need to examine something else. For the radio-based function, if we go to events, on result, this event will be called every time we have recognition. We will increase the total count. If we fail to make any recognition, in this case, our result count will be 0 and we will report error. And we will set this distance and result category. The category is the face identified. Since our faces start with 1, 0 will indicate completely unrecognized category. Distance is a value indicating the difference between the provided and the closest training face. In this case, that value has no meaning. If we have had recognition, we'll pick the most likely candidate, which is the first candidate in the result, and we'll take the category of the neuron that has been associated with the recognition. We'll get the distance for the result, the same first result. We'll compare whether the expected ID matches the recognition category. If not, we will also increase the error count, indicating that we have faulty recognition. Going back to our recognition code after the predict, now we'll evaluate what we have in these variables. If the result category is different than the face we are testing with, we'll indicate error, and if the category is 0, it's a face we cannot recognize. Otherwise, we indicate the face we have recognized, what we have expected, and the distance between the two. If we succeed, we'll just report that the recognition is correct, and we will display how certain we are or what is effectively the distance. After everything is done and freeing the bitmap, we will display in a label the number of errors and what is the percentage of the recognition. Now let's run the project. If we click on the train button, you will see that literally within 1 to 2 seconds we have completed the training. Now let's try to recognize. We have succeeded to recognize with only 6 errors, which is 85% correct. That is quite impressive considering that we literally trained for 1 to 2 seconds and we trained with only 9 samples per face. We get pretty good results. This demonstrates the advantage of using a relatively simple type of classifier such as radio-based function classifier versus neural network.
We just demonstrated recognizing fixed size 32 by 32 pixel images of faces. In reality, however, when recognizing images, they're usually part of some bigger image, and we are trying to find where there are faces of certain people within that image. Often those faces or other items we try to recognize are rotated, which makes the recognition even more challenging. Meetup Software has developed Vision Lab. Vision Lab includes scanning component that can be used to scan image with certain X, Y, and rotation step. The scanned images then can be sent to the Intelligence Lab classifiers for classification. Let's take a look how the two libraries can work together.
Here is image with faces at different locations and rotations. We'll try to recognize this image. The Intelligence Lab classifiers are capable of saving and loading training. We can train, classify, save the training, and load it in completely different project to be used for recognition. In this project, we'll train a radio-based function network classifier and we'll save the training. The simplest way to do recognition for faces at different places and rotation is to train with single orientation and then use the scanning component from the Vision Lab to scan locations and rotations. We'll start by setting the max influence field to 300 and inside the form create, we'll create a bitmap, features buffer similar to what we did in the last project, matching the size of the bitmap, 32 by 32 pixels. We'll go through all 40 faces, the 9 images for each of the faces, and again we'll assign the normalized values for each grayscale pixel to the features buffer, and we'll train with it. Finally, we can save our training to CTD file. Let's run the project. Within seconds, we have our training. And you can see that a new training file has just been created. Now let's use our training. For this, we will use image generator for Vision Lab to provide the test image. If we double click on the component, we can open the picture editor and load image with faces at different locations and rotations. To scan the faces, we'll use the sampler component from Vision Lab. Both image gen, the sampler component, as well as the generic filters in these projects come from Vision Lab from Meetup Software. Now let's take a brief look at the open wire diagram. Here, as you can see, our image generator which is set to be clocked externally, so we can clock it only once, will send the image to this generic filter, and once the data is processed inside the filter, it will be sent to the image display. I'll explain why it is done this way when we look at the code. We have a separated chain which starts with generic filter 2, goes through the sampler, and then into generic filter 3. Let's take a look at the code now. To collect the information for each recognized location, I have created a record which indicates the recognized index of the face, the position, angle, and the distance or error of the recognition. We'll sort the detections in array list from method runtime in method containers list. We will also have two variables indicating the location and angle of the current processing position during the scanning. When the data arrives in our generic filter 1, the onProcessData event will be called. Here, we'll start generic filter 2, we'll pass the arriving buffer, and then we'll stop the filter once the processing is done. The reason we're doing this is because we want the second chain to completely execute before we finish with this filter to send the data to the display. And we want to draw the necessary rectangles over the video frame. Once the recognition is done, we'll create a bitmap, we'll render the image buffer on the bitmap, we'll create the iGDI Plus graphics object. iGDI Plus is open source project maintained by Method Software, but it is also included in Method Runtime and all of the Method Software libraries. We'll create, of course, font, and then we'll go through all the detections and we will display the rotated rectangles based on their position and angle. And we'll also display the recognized image class, or which person was detected by index. Finally, we'll release the graphics object, which is interfaced object, and nulling the interface, we'll release it, and we will render the bitmap into our output buffer, finally freeing the bitmap. Once this is done, the image will be rendered. Now let's take a look at what will happen in this chain. The image that we sent from generic filter 1 here will be sent to the sampler, and the sampler will scan it with rotations between 0 and 360 with step of 10 degrees and with specified default horizontal and vertical scan 10 pixels step. Finally, all this will be sent to generic filter 3. In the onProcess event of generic filter 3, we will extract the location data provided by the sampler as custom data for the buffer. In essence, the sampler will provide a buffer and additional information informing that this buffer has location data. Then I'll assign the detected position and angle and our member variables or for the form, I'll create a features buffer of 32 by 32 pixels because this is the size of the faces. Specify that the format is grayscale. And then, similar to what we did in the previous projects, assign the normalized pictures to the features buffer. Finally, I'll call the radial basis network predict, passing the features buffer. In the onResult event of the classifier, I'll check whether or not I have any recognition, and then I'll get the category or the index of the recognized face. Next, we'll check if at this position we have item of the same category, and we'll see if the new recognition has a smaller distance than the item at the location. If so, we'll delete the item and that location, and then, of course, at the end, the newly recognized location will be added. Otherwise, since we already know that we have item of this type at this location, we do not need to add. If we look back, now we can understand the open wire diagram. The image generator will send the data to the generic filter. The generic filter will send the data to this generic filter. The sampler will extract the samples and send to the generic filter tree. Generic filter tree will call for each of those samples the classifier, and once the data is classified, the classifier in its own result event will populate the member variable detections. Once all the detections are populated, this chain will finish. It will return to this generic filter. Here all the detections will be rendered on top of the frame, and the completed frame with the detections will be sent to the image display. Now we can run the application. And we can see the recognized faces, locations, and rotations, as well as the class. Similar to other classifiers, the radial basis function network classifier can improve its recognition if it is trained repeatedly. To demonstrate this, we'll modify our training code. Here, in the onFormCreate, we'll modify the code to repeat 3 times the training. The rest of the code will remain the same. Let's run the project. This will create new training. Now we'll go to our previous project, double-click on the radial basis function network, and select the newly created file. As you can see, this file is bigger as it contains bigger training. Let's run the project. It can take up to a minute to start the project as we have much bigger training. As you can see, now we have many more locations and faces recognized. So obviously the repeated training improved the recognition considerably. Be aware that repeated training can also result in overtraining the classifier, which could lead to worsening results. It takes some experimentation to find a good balance between too little and too much training. The radio-based function classifier in Intelligence Lab, as well as many of the other classifiers in the library, has a very useful feature. It can be trained not only with features, but also associated weights with each feature. If that associated weight is set to 0, we can completely mask that specific feature. This is extremely useful if we want to mask areas in case of rotation, as example, or areas around the face, areas that are part of the background. We'll use this functionality to train with rotated faces. Now, let's see how we can use this feature of the classifier. Here, we'll both rotate the images and we'll also resize them to optimize the training. This will improve the performance of the classifier, and it may also, oddly enough, actually result in better recognition as the classifier starts to look more at general features than very specific pixels. So we'll have two chains. One will process our image, the other one will process the mask. This will start with image generator set for external clocking, so we can clock it from code. This generator will contain the mask with the black area masking the part that we want to ignore and the white area covering the image. In this case, we just want to mask the whole square of the face, but in some cases we want to mask even more specific details. Here is the code. We'll start with declaring two member variables in the form. One will be the category we are training for, and the other is a mask image to use to mask the rotated faces. In the bottom, we create a bitmap. We start the generic filter 1. We prepare image buffer 32 by 32 pixels, matching the size of the training images. And again, similar to the previous trainings, we iterate through 9 images for each of the 40 faces, although in this case we'll start not with 1 but with 0. Here is another trick. We'll train not only for the faces but also for the background. We'll use 0 to be the background, and we'll set, in case of background, category of -1. We'll also have a label where in the caption we'll display the progress. The category, of course, is set to the specific face. If this is not background, we'll load bitmap image from file and we'll assign the bitmap to the image buffer. We'll set the image buffer to grayscale, and now we'll start training for the rotations. We'll set both rotations to the same angle. The step will be 10 degrees between 0 and 360. So these two rotations. In the meantime, our resize will be fixed to reduce the size to 14 by 14 pixels. And once the angle is assigned, we'll first pump the image generator. This will start this chain. The image will be pumped, rotated, resize to 14 by 14 pixels, and send to generic filter 3. Here, inside the unprocessed data, the input buffer format will be set to grayscale, and we'll assign it to the mask image, right here. Now we have both mask image assigned as well as corresponding category. Both of the member variables are assigned, albeit at different places. That will complete this chain, and we can continue with the code in the button. Once this pump code is completed, we'll send the image buffer with the face, the same image that we loaded from file. We'll send it to the generic filter 1. Again, the image will be rotated, displayed on the display so we can monitor the progress, resized, and sent to the generic filter 2. Here, inside the unprocessed data, we will similarly set the format to grayscale, convert it to features buffer of bytes, convert the mask image to features binary buffer of bytes, and train the classifier with the features and the masks as well as the category that we assigned right here. At this point, this chain is also completed. We will allow the application to process the messages so we can update the user interface, and we'll continue with the loop. Once all this is done, we'll send a stop command to generic filter 1, and we'll save our training to a CTD file. Now let's run the project. If I click on the train button, the training will start. This will take a while since we have to iterate through a lot of images and rotations. The training is completed. Now that we have our training, we can use it. I have created a project similar to the one we used before for the face recognitions. Let's load the training in our classifier. Double click on it. Select the mask rotated face training and click open. This will load the training. In this project, unlike in the previous one, we will not rotate, so we can set the min and max rotation to be 0, so images will not be rotated. We'll also take a bit bigger sample size, 46 by 46 size. This is because we have surrounding mask. We want additional pixels for the mask. We will also, once we get the data from the sampler, we'll resize it to 14 by 14, which will match the training we did for the faces. So let's explore the open wire diagram. We'll use the image generator with the same test faces as before. We'll set it to external clocking, so we can clock it in form create. We'll change the format to grayscale and send it to generic filter 1. In the onStart event of generic filter 1, we'll start generic filter 3 with the same width and height as filter 1 and a frame delay. identical to the one we have. In unprocessed data, we'll send the data from generic filter 1 to generic filter 2, the same we started. And here, once the data is processed similar to the other project, we'll render the information using IGDI Plus of the recognized faces and locations. For details, please watch the section we did before, except since we don't have angle, here the code is a bit simpler. We simply draw rectangles and display the recognized class or face index. Once this is done, the resulting image will be sent to the display. In the second chain, we already covered it. We resample, resize, and the data will be sent to generic filter 3, where we will perform the recognition. Similar to the other project, we extract the sampler location data. We assign it to the detected position member variable, again identical to the previous project. We also have detections, array list of detections. The detections are similar, except here is simpler. We do not have angle, and we don't have to remove detections at the same location. We can simply add the new detection at the same place, since we're not going to do the rotations. This is the entire code, aside of a little housekeeping, such as the detection constructor, which is simple enough. Let's run the code. The recognition will take a while. And now you can see all of the detected faces. As you can see, in this case, we do not have any rotation. And the recognition is indeed much better than the alternative approach. It also executed noticeably faster. This is pretty good considering that we did only single pass of training. We have very impressive results indeed.
The next interesting aspect of using classifiers is that the feature extractor in front of the classifier has effect on the recognition. If you use more relevant features to feed the classifier, you will get a better prediction.
To demonstrate this, we will implement a simple OCR type application. We will again use radio base function network classifier, and for the training,
we will use training images, which are provided in the form of characters, spaces, pulses, and sharps. Sharps represent color of black, pulses color of gray, and spaces white. The training set is provided by the US Postal Service for testing character recognitions of numbers. They also provide corresponding file with labels for each image. The images are hand scribbled.
in this project, we will load the images into image lists. For this, we'll have to convert them from the text files into images. We'll do this in the form create event. For this, we'll use a couple of helper functions. In this function, we'll convert the text into image list. I will not go into great details of the code here, as it has nothing to do with artificial intelligence. You can study it yourself. However, all we do is we load the file, create bitmap, and then we go through all of the lines in the file and we extract the pixels as displayed with those symbols. And as we already mentioned, plus is gray and sharp is black, while everything else, which in this case is space, is considered white. Effectively, we'll have a grayscale image. Once we have done that, we add the image to the image list. We'll also use a similar function to load from file all the labels, which are the different classes. Classes are also sometimes called labels. Here are the labels loaded in the form of image buffer, converting string to integers and assigning it to a real buffer, which will convert them to floating point. So we will populate the training image list with the training images, the training labels with the training labels file. We'll populate the list view. Let's take a look at this function. It is very simple. We'll iterate through the list view, add items, and set their image index. The reason I use two separated for loops is that, oddly enough, for some weird reason in VCL, it works faster than assigning the items and immediately setting the index. It's a trick that I have discovered. And after that, we will assign the list view labels, which simply will be going through all of the items and assigning their captions. We'll do the same for the test list view, training and test list view, and of course we have training and test image lists, which we have populated here. That's all the necessary setup. Now, inside our train and classify event, we'll extract the features. In this case, for our first test, the features will be simply the pixels in the image. So I will go through the image list, extract a bitmap, and I'll call extract features. For the bitmap, as you can see, we're simply iterating through all of the pixels, and if the pixel is different than white, we're setting it to 1. If it is white, 0. So we're effectively converting the grayscale to non-white color for simplicity. This will produce a real buffer of the size of the pixels of the image with multiple height. We'll append this to the results, and at the end we'll have an array of such real buffers. This is our training data. We also already populated training labels, which happens to be also real buffer. Now we will iterate to the training data, and for each training data and training labels in the two effective collections, we'll train the neural network with features and corresponding labels or classes. Once again, the features are just the pixels 0 or 1, white or non-white. Once this is done, we'll do something similar for our test image list. We'll extract the features again in the form of matrix, and then we'll iterate through the image list, and for each image, since we have the same number of rows in the matrix, we'll call predict for the neural network. In our own result for the classifier, in case we have 0 recognitions for that item, we will simply assign result -1. Otherwise, we'll assign the category, and this will be assigned to this member variable result. Once the prediction is done in the bottom, we'll compare the expected result in the test labels with the result we receive from the recognition. And if they are not the same, we'll display error with additional information. Otherwise, we'll display what we have recognized. Finally, once when we're done going through all of the images, we'll display the statistics of our recognition, percentage correct, number of errors, and everything else. Let's run the project and see how it works. Here are our images. Let's try to train and classify them. As you can see, we have 109 errors out of 1000 images, which is 89.1% correct recognition. This is not bad, considering that we did a single pass with just pixels as information. We can improve upon that, however. If we pay attention to the images, we'll discover that 8, as example, has 2 surrounded areas, this top one and this bottom one, as well as the area outside. Those regions are called closed spaces. As example, 8 has 2 inside and 1 outside. 9 has 1 closed space inside, 1 outside, the same as 0. And 6. By using the number of closed spaces as features, we can try to improve our recognition. To find such closed spaces, we will use another component from Vision Lab. This component is called Connected Components. Connected Components is another way of saying closed contours or surrounded spaces, effectively. This project is almost identical to the previous one, however, there are few changes to allow for the counting of the closed spaces. Let's take a look at the open wire diagram first. We have generic filter and connected components from Vision Lab. The generic filter will send the data to the connected components. So far, nothing complex. Let's take a look at the code. First of all, we'll have new member variable. I have decided to call it count zones, which will be the surrounded areas, effectively. The extract image features is almost identical, with a couple of exceptions. We add one more element to the resulting real buffer, which will contain the count zones. Once the buffer is prepared from the image, the same image that we use to extract the pixels will be sent to generic filter 1. First we will issue start command, send the data with a buffer created from the image, and finally we'll send a stop command. let's see what will happen at this point before we continue. The generic filter will send the data to the connected components, and the connected components on its own components event will receive the count of components, and making sure that it is no less than 0, will set the count -1 to the count zones, making sure that just in case we have 0 count, we don't set it to negative value. After all this is done, we have our count zones. We divide it by 5 to semi-normalize it and make it similar to the rest of the pixels, and finally assign it to the last element of the real buffer result. That's all we need to do here. The rest of the code is absolutely identical to our previous example. Let's run the code. If we click on the Train and Classify button, we will see that now we have one less errors. We have 108 errors versus 109, and our percentage has improved from 89.1 to 89.2. This may not sound that impressive, but everything helps. And this is a simple example of how just adding one more relevant feature can improve our recognition. As you have seen, classifiers are computationally intensive, and the processing sometimes can take considerable amount of time. There are ways, however, to improve the performance. We can use parallel execution on multiple CPUs or cores, execute on GPU, execute on TPU or tensor processing unit, or use distributed execution on multiple systems. And finally, we can even use field programmable gate arrays, FPGAs. The Intelligence Lab classifiers, as well as many of the Vision and Video Lab components, allow you to specify how the processing will be executed. Here, if we expand processing, we can select the engines and click on the period button. And here we can select parallel execution as example. We can even specify how many threads will be used and what priority will be used for the threads. Alternatively, we can select GPU processing, and we can select the GPU platform that will execute the classifier within the GPU. This allows us to speed up the processing considerably. So, what we have learned? More relevant features result in better prediction. Classifiers tend to require a lot of computational power. And finally, it is important to remember that selecting a good training set is very important. So spend a lot of time preparing and making sure that the training set is of high quality. Now that you have discovered how you can implement Edge AI with Delphi, here are some examples of what you can use it for. Self-driving cars, drones, and robots, since internet connection very often is not option at all. Similarly, industrial automation and security systems as well as face recognition often have to work completely offline. And finally, for security reasons, they're a good choice for things like spam filtering and fraud detection as example. As you have seen, by using Intelligence Lab, implementing Edge AI with Delphi is relatively simple. Delphi, as a native cross-platform high-performance compiler, is very well fit for Edge AI. Intelligence Lab makes implementing Edge AI fairly simple on Windows, Mac, Linux, iOS, and Android. Combining it with Vision Lab, Video Lab, and Audio Lab allows for implementing computer vision and speech recognition types of Edge AI. Combining it with Visuino, it allows for IoT and embedded devices to be controlled with Edge AI. The built-in, parallel, and GPU execution support in the libraries allows for high-performance Edge AI implementations. Finally, a few words on the business of AI. In terms of coding, there is, of course, a constant demand for better types of classifiers and implementations of existing classifiers. The same applies for the feature extractors. In addition, not only the software, but also the training is intellectual property and a product of its own. Even the training sets are themselves a product and are considered intellectual property. Once again, my name is Boyan Mitov, the president of Mitov Software, and here are the Mitov Software products: Video Lab, a video processing library; Audio Lab, audio processing library; Signal Lab, digital signal processing library; Vision Lab, computer vision library; Plot Lab, data visualization library; Instrument Lab, visual instrumentation library; Intelligence Lab, artificial intelligence library; Logic Lab, Boolean logic library; Animation Lab, universal animation library; Communication Lab, a serial and TCP communication library including MQTT; Control Lab, industrial control SCADA type of library including protocols such as Modbus and OPC; Visual Live Binding, universal visual live binding library; Mitov Runtime, a free Delphi library; OpenWire Studio, a graphical development environment for Windows; and Visuino, graphical development environment for Arduino. Mitov Software also maintains the following open source libraries: OpenWire and iGDI+, a Delphi-friendly GDI+ library. Thank you for watching, and now it's time for questions and answers.
Well, that was mind-blowing, and it was a longer presentation, but that's exactly what we wanted, because Boyan, I've said this before, and he actually thanked me yesterday after I said he is one of the smartest guys I know. And the good news is he's live with us today. Hi, Boyan.
Hello, everyone.
So a lot of very positive comments about your presentation. I mean, Maxi Donkey is clearly a fan. I said this before, Maxi Donkey knows what he's talking about because he produces a lot of AI stuff. I must stop, move my leg around because I make it look like I'm in the middle of an earthquake, which doesn't happen very often in Texas. Bit more dodgy for you in California, but there you go. But so many comments and things like that. So let me have a look at what was said, because I started some of the. I mean, I didn't. some of the questions I didn't even understand the question, let alone know what the answer was. So, you know, I like this one, for example. Have you tried to study the topology of the latent space created for your training?
I have not. Yeah, I agree. Again, when I started like 15 years ago, nobody was doing AI. I was one of the very few idiots out there that were doing AI and implementing AI functionality. And nowadays, there is so much. I mean, even lingo, the lingo from 15 years ago, it has completely changed, right? So things are just changing, and there are new researches every day, and there is no way for me to keep up with all of that, considering that, again, I do fair amount of AI, but I do so many other things. I have to cover all of them.
Yeah,
and I am unable to cover everything.
Your last slide there pretty much made it obvious how much you do actually do, which is a ton of stuff. I'm going to put this down here as well. For those that aren't very competent at scanning QR codes, and I know some people don't manage to do that for whatever reason, but the QR code is there. It will take you to there, so it's the same place as the heading down there. But mitov.com or Mitov, but it's Mitov because now I've had Boyan on enough times that I've heard him say his surname, and it's gone in now. I remember Mitov, not Mitov. So there you go. But you've always been very kind about not calling me out on that.
No.
So you know, lots and lots of things. Richard Maley said this is very impressive, and I absolutely agree. If anybody goes to Mitov software, if you go to mitov.com, it's literally how it's spelled, mitov.com. Go there and you will find a component for anything you could imagine. Absolutely everything. Communications, MQTT, which is my favorite comms protocol for Internet of Things and stuff like that. Intelligence, signal processing, you name it, there is a component there. And that is only the start of it. Those are just the Delphi bits and bobs. So there are hundreds of libraries there. But he also does Visuino, which is a whole IDE for the Arduino things. You've seen me do Internet of Things before with these little boards, and I haven't got one near me, but little cubes with LEDs on. Jim McKeith is doing something with. He showed me a message, a photo of a board he's got like that long, about 2 or 3 feet long, with loads of LEDs in it, and he said, "I'm making it do stuff." And he never did explain what he did, but you never know with Jim because he's pretty crazy as well. But he's also, Jim has always been a big fan of your stuff as well. So
thank you.
You're a great guy. You are without doubt one of the smartest people I know, and I say this so many times to some of our guests because I only get on the best. But you are, you're a smart guy, and you're a nice guy with it as well. Couple of questions. So this one was you did actually answer this in the questions, but
Sure.
I want to call it out. And we, by the way, Daniel Fernandez is on after this, and we're going to start his session a bit late. He'll be fine. His video is not that long, and he's not turned up yet for the Q&A. So, the one question which you did answer, but I'll call it out again: the face recognition demo that you showed. Can it detect other faces too, or only the one input face?
Yeah, so the way basically you train it to recognize specific people, and it can recognize the same person within other images. Again, even in the demo, the image with which I tested was not one of the images I used for the training, obviously, right? So if I recall correctly, it was 40 faces, 10 images per face. I used 9 images to train, and I used the 10th image to test, since it's a very minuscule set, right? So the answer is yes, it's going to recognize in those faces. Obviously, any other person, it most likely is not going to recognize because it's not one of the faces we have trained for.
Yeah, and the thing as well, I hope everybody's understood this, but I'm sure they have. But this is all offline as well. This is not using some large language model or anything like this. It's all about doing it yourself on the edge.
Yes.
And
yes.
And that's the key thing.
Yeah. Yeah, again, when I implemented all of this, actually, a lot of this stuff, again, I keep expanding it and improving it, but all of these libraries were available as early as 13 years ago. So some of the demos, not all of them, but some of the demos, yeah, they were demos and projects that I have done even 13 years ago. And at that time, there was no cloud, obviously.
It didn't exist.
Yeah, they don't exist. So everything was working offline back then, and everything is working offline now. And that was asked questions, so I will use the opportunity to answer. The demos I did, they were all done on the CPU, and then I show quickly how, and they were executed on single thread, by the way. And then I showed very quickly and briefly how you can switch to execute in parallel on multiple threads, and how you can select the execution to be on GPU. So up to you, right? So you decide.
And that was one thing that I wanted to get in this week as well of events, because I had Yilmaz on as well, and I'm sure you know Yilmaz, and Yilmaz has been doing AI long before AI was the hot topic, and so were you. As you said, you've been doing it for about 15 years. Yilmaz has been doing it for maybe even longer than that, I think. And you know, he's a professor and he's a smart guy, but he's another one of these people. Sometimes people asking questions, I don't understand the question and I don't understand the answer either. But at least I know it's cool, you know. That's you know, I don't. I've always said to people, you know, just because I'm fairly well known, most people know my face in the Delphi industry now. It doesn't mean to say I'm special. I'd make it very clear I'm an okay developer. I mean, they wouldn't give me the job if I was you know, no good. But I'm not, you know, I don't claim to be a rocket scientist or extremely talented or anything. I'm a developer. I'm good at it, but I'm not like the best in the world. And that's the important thing, because I don't want people to see me doing something and go, oh, I could never do that. All of you can do these things. And if you use Boyan's libraries and things like that and follow along with these examples, you too could have your own AI locally. Why pay, you know, thousands of dollars a year to Google or whoever when you can do some, not all of the things, okay, but some of the things can be done. There are certain narrow use cases that can be done with your components. I would say that's true. Yeah, I mean,
yes. By the way, one important thing is, and it was kind of mentioned, the libraries are, this particular library is cross-platform. So while not all of my components across all the libraries are cross-platform yet, the Intelligence Lab is fully cross-platform. So the same examples that I show, pretty much you can run them on Android as example. And by the way, just to use the opportunity to mention it, well, I said that not all components are yet ported. In the next version, almost all of them are going to be actually ported. I'm making a very big push to port to as much cross-platform as possible, including video processing, audio processing, all of that stuff. And a big part of it is already working cross-platform as first iteration. So by the end of the year, it's highly likely that the video and the audio components that were not yet ported, because some were, they all will be fully ported as cross-platform. Just something to mention here.
I mean, if you ask OpenAI about me, it describes me as a prolific programmer and you know, software developer and a writer and things like that. But you're prolific because you churn out code like some kind of machine. I swear you're actually really a robot, or you've got clones. There's some way you're doing this, because see, I knew it. I was right. But you produce so much stuff. It's ridiculous, really. It makes the rest of us look like slackers. So there you go. All right. Well, look, I think we covered most of it. I do need to go on to Daniel's session as well. But Boyan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Every time I say this, for every hour-long video that people see, there's a lot more hours going on behind the scenes and a lot of effort. You're very good at organising things. We nearly messed up your session as well. We told you Monday, then we told you Tuesday.
No worries.
But I think we got it right this time, and there were plenty of people watching live, so you're good. All right, thanks a lot, Boyan.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so that was Boyan Mitov, and you see his website there at Mitov Software, and I thoroughly recommend going to have a look, even if you decide not to have his components. His components, by the way, um, his components are very cost effective. I don't want to use the word cheap, but the price for them is actually very reasonable. And Jim McKeith used to say he was crazy because he should charge more. But what he does is he aims for popularity in that. He wants his stuff to be used. So go along and check it out at mitoff.com, which is that on there, or scan this QR code and it'll take you to there. It's the same thing. But thanks to Boyan. Right, so and Keith says, great presentation, guys. Thank you. It was Boyan that did it. No, I didn't do anything. I just sat around. Okay, so we are late, and I mean 25 minutes late for our next session, but that doesn't matter. That's how these things go. So our next session is let me check. Where are we at? Okay. So our next session is from Daniel Fernandez. He is a Brazilian software developer, and I like Dan. He also is known as Dinos Dev or Dinos Dev, depending on the way you want to pronounce it. You'll see him on Instagram. I think he's on a few other things as well. I'm hoping he'll join us for the Q&A. We did send him a link, but if not, I'll email him. Perhaps he's not going to. Oh no, it says he's going to turn up for the Q&A. Yeah. No, it doesn't actually. It doesn't say he's going to do the Q&A. So maybe he's not. But if he does, and I hope he does, then we'll get him to come along. But this is Daniel Fernandez and AI voice interaction with your ERP.
Hello everyone, welcome Embarcadero AI Codecamp. My name is Daniel Fernandez and today I talk to you about AI voice integration. I show you how the AI voice integration can change your user experience on your software. The voice interaction if your ERP AI change your software experience. Let's go. Topic is this presentation. What are LLMs? What is Whisper? About the GPT model and chat? Best library. Required library we need to run this project and explain the code on the practice. Okay? Before I start, let me introduce myself. My name is Daniel Fernandez. I am senior software developer at Tapasoft. I'm Embarcadero MVP, over 10 years of experience in Delphi, graduate in information technology management. I'm postgraduate in software engineer. I am a creator of Dinos Dev on Instagram, member of the Delphi Naveia community, instructor for the official Embarcadero Delphi trainings, developer of the Dinos Office component, is a LibreOffice component for Delphi, is open source and available on my GitHub, and I am speaker. What are LLMs? Large language models are artificial intelligent models that use deep neural networks to understand and generate text. Here's how they work. Data driven. They are trained with millions or billions of texts from the internet to learn language patterns. Transformer architecture. They use a framework called the transformer, which process words in the parallel and capture relationships between them, such as attention to important words. Word predication. Given an input text, the model predicates the next most likely word. Repeat the process to generate current sentence. Fine-tuning. After initial training, they can be refined for specific tasks such as chatbot or translators. No real understanding. They don't think. They just calculate probabilities based on the data they've seen. In summary, LLM are intelligent autocomplete that simulate human language using mathematics and massive data. Whisper is an AI model from OpenAI designed for speech recognition. It converts audio into text with high accuracy if under challenging conditions. How it works? Architecture based on transform tool like GPT, but adapted to process audio. Use an encoder decoder. Encoder transform audio into numerical representation like spectrograms, vectors, and analyze the sinusoidal waves. Decoder generate the corresponding text from this vector. Training. It was trained with 6,000 hours of audio in several languages with accurate transcript, different data, voice, accents, background noise, and even code snippet or technical terms. Operation step by step. Divide the audio into small snippet, kind of a 30-second for tokens. Transform the audio signal into a spectrogram visual representation of frequencies. Process with the encoder to extract patterns. The decoder generates text word by word like an LLM, but trained for transcription, not create the text. And special features is a multitasking, can transcribe, translate, and even detect the language automatically. Robustness, handle accents, noise, and unclear Spanish well. He is open source, unlike the other models of OpenAI. Whisper have limitations. It's not perfect, can make mistakes on common words or ambiguous context, consume a lot of computer power for long audio files. In summary, Whisper is a super powerful listener. About GPT. The ChatGPT is developed based on neural networks and machine learning with a focus on virtual dialogues. The idea is that it could enhance the experience and features offered by virtual assistants like Alexa or Google Assistant. Think of it as a super intelligent virtual assistant that can chat with you, understand what you mean, and generate responses that seem like they were writing by a human. It doesn't have a consciousness or feelings, but it's very good at process and generate language. About the BESS library. BESS is an audio library for use in a software across various platforms. Its purpose is to provide developer with powerful and efficient samples, streams, MP3, MP2, MP1, OGG, and other formats, custom generated and more via OS codecs and plugins. One caveat is that BES is open source for an open source project. For commercial purpose, license must be purchased from the BES website. Libraries will be need to build the project. Git or GitHub, OpenAI Whisper for audio transcription, and we need Conda to interact with Whisper in a Python model, and environment control. We will not need to write lines of code in Python, just only in Delphi. We need PyTorch, Chocolate, FFmpeg, and Delphi OpenAI. In order to work with Whisper, we need to install some other dependencies first. We will start with Conda. I recommend use the Anaconda distribute. We will use the Conda to create the environment. After install, we need to open Anaconda browsers, Conda PowerShell, and create the environment. Follow these steps. Well, with the Anaconda navigator opening, we will open the PowerShell into Anaconda and write this code. Conda create an environment name Python 3.9, and I flag yes for continuous installation. Wait a second. After this installation, we need change the environment for the new environment. We use conda activate environment name and done. Now we need to install PyTorch in our environment. It's responsible for audio process. It is recommended to use a computer with a NVIDIA video card compatible with CUDA cores 11.8 or higher. However, for the developed environment, for a computer without a video card, there is an option of using only the CPU. With these options, instead of using the video memory for processing, the RAM memory will be used in conjunct with the CPU. The performance is much lower, but it works very well for testing environment. I just don't recommend it in release mode. Let's go to the installation. Let's get the Windows version. I will install it only with CPU because this laptop doesn't have a video card. Just run this command and wait. We installed it into a control environment with it conda, as if it were a machine dedicated to this process. Now, we need to install Chocolate. Chocolate is a package manager that we need to download FFmpeg. To install Chocolate, we must follow these steps. First, check the system execution policy. If return bypass, it's okay to continue. If not, we need to run one of these two commands. For me, the second one usually works. After you have the execution policy configured, just run the next command and wait for it to finish. Now we have the Chocolate installed. We need to install to FFmpeg. We need just run this command in as environment. After we can go install the Whisper. I left this image here so we can see the available transcriptions model. Tiny model is the most basic. Its transcription is not very reliable and gets lost a lot. Base is a great for testing environment. It is fast and doesn't get lost much. In addition to maintain the context well. Small has a reasonable speed and is very faithful in the transcription, but it has a delay. Medium takes a long time to perform the transcription, but it is extremely faithful to the audio provider. I was not able to test the large model as don't have 10 gigabyte of VRAM. Well, let's go to installation. We need install ffmpeg now. For audio codecs, using this command, choco install ffmpeg type yes to continue and that's it. Now we are installing Whisper. Run this command pipe install OpenAI Whisper and wait. Finally, run this command to update the Whisper version. And remember, all these comments are available in this presentation. For BAS, after downloading, include the source file bas.bas in the project and the DLL bas.dll along with it. To use ChatGPT on the file, use this component. It's recommended on OpenAI website. You can use the get it for install. After, you need access this link to generate API key for integration. I create some mirrors to make it easier to use. Within these mirrors, I encapsulate the complexity of the code. To use it, just add it to your project, the best files and the genus breed. The best breed it's make it easier to use, since the best class is extremely complex. So I encapsulated it and made it easier to use. I did the same for the ChatGPT. For Whisper, I created conversion mechanism between Delphi and the Python model, where Delphi sends commands to Conda. We wait your response. Let's see this in the practice. For the ChatGPT bridge, you need to inform the API key. The project flow is as follows. Best capture the audio, send to Whisper. Whisper translates, send to GPT to process a natural response to the captured audio. GPT response is a sent for text to Spanish conversion. The GPT response in voice is passed to Bass to play and respond to the captured audio. Let's see. Now I will introduce the program to you. The program will capture audio with Bass, transcribe it to text with Whisper, execute commands and return a response in natural language. Look at. I would like register a client.
Okay, let's start registering the new client. I'll ask you for some information. Follow the steps. What is the client's name?
Trinity.
Now I need to know what the state registration number is.
The number is 112589.
And what is the Peter CPF?
The number is 413665. It here. Did it have a limit for a character?
Can you tell me the contact phone number?
The number is 1112566. And here.
Could you inform me the zip code, please?
The number is 12121.
What would be the street?
The 17th Avenue. The telephone number is wrong. I edit here.
House number?
Then
In the address?
not yet.
I need to know, what is the neighborhood?
Center of the city.
Could you provide me with the municipality code?
SP. Look at
To
here.
finish, could you please let me know the state abbreviation?
SP. Look at here is in edit mode. Now he posted.
Yes.
Please close this screen. Now we can go generate an invoice. I would like generation a new invoice.
Okay, let's issue an invoice. Follow the steps. For which customer will we issue the invoice?
Daniel,
What is the product code that we will include in the invoice?
A2.
Do you want to add one more item?
No.
Are all the data correct? Can I issue the invoice?
Yes. Now I need to select the certify and we have this invoice. Well, now let's see the code. To do this project with AI, we need the meters mentioned above. This is the project. And here in the meter folder, we have BAS. See how complete it is, but it has a certain complexity that for more beginners developers, it may not be nice. So I create genus VAS which encapsulate this complexity. See, we have the main codes here in the public section, such as recording and stopping, the recording, play the audio, stopping, and the other controls that can be seen in the example. This library has but within the singleton patterns. They contain a single instance of the code. This is the abstraction for GPT. It includes the voice enumerables to make it easier to configure. Just add the API key and it's ready to use, where we can send a message and convert text to voice. And Whisper. In this class, Delphi assembles a conda command and waits for the return according to weight we configure. For example, we can choose the audio language, by enumerables, what type of the device we will use for processing CPU or video card, and which model we will use. We have to pass some of the parameters here, such as the Anaconda installation path, normally in C, user, your user, Anaconda 3, the environment which we create in Conda when starting the installation, the language, the model, and device. FPS 16 is only available for execution with video card. After configured, just call execute. And here it creates the communication with Conda according to the parameters. Chat is a frame that can be attached anywhere, where we have example of how to use the meters. For bass, I create and I pass the microphone ID and frequency. When I change the combo, I release the singleton from memory and recreate it according to the select microphone and frequency. To use, just call the singleton and use free song and start record. To use Whisper, we save the audio and pass into Whisper. saving stop record and release the file through FreeSong. After create the Whisper instance and performing the configuration, note the name of the environment. That's what we create. And in Synchronize, I take us to GPT, where I create an instance define the voice I want to use capture the audio send. To GPT process it, generate a response, and I pass its response to itself. Generate an audio from this response and return into Bass to make play song. This is how this integration with AI works, fast and simple. That's folks. I hope you enjoyed it and that it contributed in some way. If you want to follow me on social media, just search for Dinos Dev and we can talk there. The project GitHub in the on the screen. And thank you guys. See ya.
And we're back. Hey, Daniel, I see you're in the chat. I've emailed you a link. If you want to join live, you're welcome to. If you don't want it, that's fine. I get it. I'm a bit scary sometimes, but if you want to join, there's a link in your email. Just put it in the chat, and just say in the chat whether you want to join or not. If not, that's fine. I totally get it. That was interesting. Bass DLL. I'll tell you something about that. Years and years ago, I'm trying to remember what it was, but it must have been in the late 90s. I think Bass was around then. And he has joined. There you go.
Hello, Ian.
Hi, good to see you again. Yeah, I was just going to say, the Bass library was around years ago, and I actually wrote a radio player that did internet radio using the Bass audio library. It was the very first open source program I ever wrote, funnily enough. So there you go. It's one of those things. Let me just get rid of that caption because I want to do something else as well. It's kind of going to embarrass you a little bit, but you'll be fine. And that is one thing you need to know about Daniel. First of all, he's a great MVP. He's Brazilian. Brazil has every MVP on the planet who's brilliant, I'm sure. But also he has this, which is the ultimate sign of loyalty to the cause, I think. There you go. He's got the Delphi tattoo.
Here.
Yeah, there you go. It's the real McCoy. And, you can go out and rub it. I mean, I have tattoos myself, but they're not quite Delphi yet. I'm thinking I'm going to have to get one now. I think I said that when I saw you in Brazil. Thanks for your video. It's very interesting. Lots of comments from people saying, it would be very interesting to have a voice interaction in programs, but in the IDE as well. But that's not really what you were aiming at, I saw you use the Python stuff. Dion is cheering you on. There you go. The Brazilians are all
Thanks,
they're all supporting each other. You guys are great, honestly. For those of you that don't know Daniel as well, that at Dinos Dev, which is the handle at the end of his name there, you can follow him on Instagram. I do. He's also got links to Delphi. Now I'm going to try and say this properly. Delphi Navea, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, which means Delphi in the veins, right? In the blood.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it, but they.
Yeah, it means in the veins. That's. I had Fernando explained it to me, so I'm like, oh yeah, I get it. But I watch you guys quite often when you do live streaming. The Delphi Navea guys and girls, actually. I think you had a girl on there before, but all of you stream live coding, and it's Delphi coding, and this is important, to do that because you show other people what it is you're coding, and you can show how easy it is using Rad Studio, and I really am grateful for that. because it helps me get the message out as well. But it's really good stuff. Meltdown Sharkhaven, which is the craziest name ever, says 100% interesting session. Dan, AI is the best. So there you go.
Oh, thank you.
And Maxi Donkey, who is an AI guy, said you downloaded Whisper on the Hugging Face. Okay, well, yeah, I'm not sure, but I think that's good. Is there any thing, because we're going to go over to our next session in about 5 minutes. Is there any particular point you wanted to make? Because I know you use Python, but there are ways of doing it in Delphi as well. Was there something specific to mention?
Sorry, I called the man for help me translate, but I
I
don't know
understand.
if you hear
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I know. I always point out to anybody that goes, "Hey, he's not understanding your English." Hey, you understand much more English than I understand Portuguese, so it's good, right?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
In the next year, I have the better English for stay here now.
Oh, actually, you know what? He's turned up. Here he is, Gustavo.
Oh,
hi everyone. I'm here as
my savior.
yeah, I'm here to save Daniel.
Poor Daniel, he looked very worried for a moment. He's like, "Oh my God, Ian's speaking to me, and I don't understand."
No, I understand, but reply is more difficult.
Of course, yeah, it's the same with me in French. So what I'm going to do, I'll ask the question again. By the way, someone else is saying they're going to get a tattoo of Delphi as well, if they ever get a tattoo. So good. Maybe I'll start a craze. You will be the person who begins the craze. So tattoo trend amongst programmers. Well, who knew? So the question I was going to ask, and Gustavo, if you can. By the way, there was a very funny video that you should watch from last year when I was in Brazil. I was talking to Gus, just like we are now, and I said, "Well, you're an MVP," and he said, "No, I'm not an MVP."
Yeah, that's
right.
right.
An MVP? And he's like, "No, I'm not an MVP. I'm just very busy." I'm like, "Okay, you're an MVP." It's like, what?
And I was blown. And I was blown away. What? You can do that right on the spot?
Yeah, it's like I have a magic wand. So,
yes.
Yeah, I actually manage the MVPs and the tech partners, so it is my decision anyway. But I thought you were already, and I'm like, well, I'm going to fix that then. So there you go. But okay, so the question, Gustavo, if you can help translate Daniel's answer and maybe translate the question. So I saw in the video he was using Python. And actually, our next guest has turned up as well, but he'll be fine for a minute. And Python's great. I mean, it is one of the languages that's used a lot for AI. Were there any points you wanted to make about Python and why you chose to use Python? I'll let Gus translate that for a second.
Daniel, ele quer saber por que tu escolheu Python e se tem algum ponto específico, por que tu decidiu fazer com Python, mais ou menos isso que ele quer saber.
Okay. I chose the Python because have models, available models when I need to just talk, and I usually call them for create the wrapper between Delphi and Python. Python have just installation Whisper, and Delphi send a Python command to Whisper, and Delphi between Python conversations. I can make this integration. I don't know if you understand.
So it's easier to do it that way, is what you're saying, because there's a better integration for it. Yeah, very interesting stuff. I do, like I say, I watch all of you guys in Brazil, and you are very enthusiastic, but you're also very skilled. I mean, all of you, Kivian, and all the others, Salady, I mean, she's going around Europe at the moment, but Lady de Campos, Landerson, all of you are really remarkable guys. I really appreciate the effort that you put in promoting the language. And Edna Oliveira says, Boa tarde.
Ah,
So,
buenas tardes. Boa
yeah,
tarde.
exactly. But I really appreciate the amount of effort you all put in for the development and stuff like that. It's a really great thing, you know.
We miss you
Okay,
in Brazil, Ian. We miss you in Brazil.
I'm coming in September or
Oh,
whenever the event is.
Oh,
I am coming back, so I think I'm actually doing the keynote, so I have to come back.
yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, I mean they've already said they want me to come back this year, so I will be there in September. I think it is, maybe end of September. I'm not
yes.
sure when the date is.
11th September.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Okay. So it's the second week. I'm definitely coming though. So we'll see each other again, my friends.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks a lot. I'm going to let you go, and we'll get on to the next session. But thank you for both of you. Thank you, Daniel, for doing the video, and thank you, Gustavo, for turning up as his stunt double and translator. So there you go.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks
Bye.
so much, Ian.
Thank you. No worries. Bye bye. Okay. My next guest is already with us. Oops. Let's ready for the next session, and I'm just going to see if I can get that to come up. Just 1 second. And this is the next session, which is from the absolutely wonderful Bruno Fiorens, or Bruno, you can correct my pronunciation when you come onto the live Q&A. But Bruno is very well known. He's from TMS Software. And this session, I saw a little sneak preview of some of this a couple of weeks ago. And I immediately contacted Bruno and said, you've got to show this on this AI camp that we're doing, because I was really blown away by it. I think TMS are always pushing the envelope on some of the things they do with the components. The TMS Web Core, great product, really like it. Many of the other things, most of you out there have probably used TMS components one way or another. If you're not using the all access library, then there's some other components you'll have used them, but they've got some great stuff. But this video is about an hour long, and then Bruno's joining me live afterwards for the Q&A. But I recommend you stick around for it, because it's going to blow your mind what you can do with Delphi. But we'll be back with the live Q&A shortly, so see you in a moment, about now.
Thank you for being here and attending this session at the AI Codecamp by Embarcadero and Ian Barker. And for today, we are going to talk about adding AI superpower to your Delphi applications, and did this with our upcoming product, TMS AI Studio. So on the agenda for today, what do we have? We will start by using LLMs from Delphi applications, so cloud hosted but also locally hosted LLMs that you can access from your Delphi applications programmatically, how you can do function calling from LLMs also from a Delphi application, and then we'll move on to the concept of creating AI agents, MCP servers to do so, how you can create a command line interface based MCP server with Delphi, and how you can also make a bridge or take advantage of an MCP bridge that we created for you to let your Delphi visual applications play the role as MCP server, meaning that an MCP client, cloud client for that, can be used to steer your application, automate your applications. In other words, do intelligent stuff with your applications. And we'll also cover the topic of creating your own MCP client, so that you can not only take advantage of your own MCP servers, but that you can also use other MCP servers created by other people and combine them together to work with your applications. And finally, we'll close with the availability of the tools that we have for you in the making. So I'm Bruno Fearens, I'm CEO, CTO of tmssoftware.com, and it was my pleasure to work on AI tools in the past year or so to overview, steer and develop myself using these new interesting technologies and to present them here today during this webinar. What this webinar is about, in short, is about integrating AI in your Delphi applications, how you can build AI agents with Delphi, and how you can create agentic flows also with your Delphi applications, your Delphi code. What it is not about, that is how you can use AI to generate Delphi code, to improve Delphi code, all these things that help you develop Delphi code with AI. That is not the topic of this webinar for today. We are going to cover and look at how you can use LLMs, large language models, via a REST API and to do that from a Delphi applications. The LLMs that we are covering at this moment, the icons are shown here on this screen. And for those who are not familiar yet with these icons or logos, these are the names of the LLMs. OpenAI, ChatGPT is covered, Google's Gemini, the Grok LLM is also covered, the DeepSeek LLM, and then from Anthropic, the Claude Perplexity is available. Ollama, that is the LLM that you can also locally host on your machine, is also accessible via a REST API. And we conclude with the European-based LLM from Mistral. Basic functionality of accessing cloud LLMs via the REST API comes down to sending text, sending the context of your questions or of your tasks from different roles. In a nutshell, this is often referred to as the prompt. So basic functionality is sending your prompt and receiving the answer from the LLM. And typical use cases are translation of text, summarization of data, analysis of data, information retrieval. All these things can be done via LLM that is controlled via a REST API. What we will typically need to do for this is for the cloud LLM that we want to use, such as OpenAI's ChatGPT, Claude's from Anthropic, that is to get an API key to start using these cloud LLM based AI. Of course, that is not needed when you use a locally installed Ollama, for example. Then you can start using the REST API right away. Next thing to do is to select the model that the LLM will be using to answer your prompts. And different cloud LLMs offer different models that you can choose from. And you will see that different models are fine-tuned to slightly different use cases. So it might be an advantage to select a specific model for your use case. And then when we have the API key ready, the model selected, then we typically set the context, the prompt that we want to submit to the LLM. And in a response to the HTTPS post of this prompt, we get a text response from the LLM. That is what the LLM answered us on this prompt. So technically, if we look at the code to achieve that, here you can see that we are using Claude from Anthropic that is selected in the FNC Cloud AI component with the service property. and you select the API key for Claude and also configure the Claude model that you want to use. We created our FNC Cloud AI component in such a way that it is completely abstract what Cloud LLM you will be using. So you can use exactly the same code for different LLMs, whether you want to use today Claude, tomorrow ChatGPT, and the day after Google's Gemini. The only thing here you will need to change is the service, of course, and set the proper API key. And by default, there is already always the latest model selected, but if you want to override that, you can do that via the settings and select the model. And then what we do is set the prompt, the context, here in this case with a question about a tool for creating Windows applications with red component-based approach. And we also specify an additional item, the system role, with the prompt, and that is that the LLM should answer us from the perspective of an IT expert. And then we perform the execute method of the Cloud AI component, and in response we get the answer. Here is, for example, the text answer that was given back from the Cloud LLM with the different suggestions for Windows development tools. And the good news is that the first place was for Delphi from Embarcadero, of course. Next thing to do or to cover is discuss what can be done with LLMs with function calling. In the first case, we have spoken about sending your prompt and getting a text response back. What we can now do is inform the LLM that we have different functions that are available for calling by the LLM. So we actually instruct the large language model that we have a series of functions available that the LLM can call, and the LLM, when it considers some function that needs to be called, it will perform the call. In other words, it will return in its answer the function name that it wants to call with the parameters that it wants to call, and then it is the task of the handler of the function calling to return that response. An example use case here is to feed the LLM with live data. The LLM, of course, is built on a model that was built at some point in time with some information available at that time, but we want to augment the data that the Cloud LLM can use with, for example, function calling that can be used for that purpose. So how does that work technically? First of all is we inform the Cloud LLM about all the functions that we have available, that we give to the Cloud LLM with a description of these functions. And then everything starts with the user who sends a prompt to the LLM. The LLM identifies at that moment the function that it might have to call to give a proper answer on the prompt. So first thing is identification of the function. When a matching function is found, it will perform a call to that function. In other words, it will return the function name and the set of arguments or parameters the function needs to be called with. Then it is the task, in our case of the Delphi application, to execute this function call with these parameters and send the result back to the LLM. The LLM will get that result back and will then create its final answer and send that the generator response and send it back to the user. That is how function calling can be used from LLMs. And here is a code example how we actually implement that. So we have our Cloud AI component, And the functions here are represented by tools. So we set up the Cloud AI component, we add tools. Here, for example, a function call that gets the weather at some specific location. So we describe it by the description, get the weather for the specified city. The parameter of this function will then, of course, be the name of the city for which we want to get the weather. And we also give that parameter a description. That is the information that we provide to the LLM so that it can be smart enough to select the proper function to call and also to pass the expected parameter to that function. And here for that parameter we also inform the LLM that this is a text parameter. When the LLM identified the function, it will return that to our FNC Cloud AI component, and it is then the responsibility of our Cloud AI component to identify that function and actually execute that function. And that is done by launching the event handler to execute that tool and pass the parameters that the LLM sent to that function. You can see here that the parameters are passed as the args parameter, which is a JSON array actually of all possible parameters that are passed. We know, as we defined the function ourselves, that the first parameter is a string parameter containing the city name, so we can extract the city from these arguments, and then we call a API, a different REST API, to get the actual weather conditions at that specific city, and we return it as text. Here in this case, and we'll see it in a demo, we will return that text as a JSON object. So let's move to Delphi and dive into using the FNC Cloud AI component to work with cloud LLMs. So here we have Delphi 12.3 to be precise, and let's start with the basics, which is simple prompting and getting responses from an LLM. Here we have the Cloud AI component. I have a drop down that is filled with all the LLMs that are available that can be used from our FNC Cloud AI component. As you can see here, we have the service property, and from this service property we can select what LLM we prefer to use. And basically when I perform execute, as you can see, I'm setting the context with the prompt that I fill in the memo, and then I call the execute line. Also, when I change the combo box, then of course from there I will change the service of my Cloud AI component. There is not much more to it than this. That is also handling the event that is triggered from the Cloud AI component when the LLM has returned its response. And when that was a valid return, the HTTP status code will be 200. And in that case, we can fill the response in the second memo. If something went wrong, we simply show the HTTP error. Let's have a look at this example. I run this application. In this case, it is a VCL application. To note is that the FNC Cloud AI component is a component that can be used both in VCL but also cross-platform in FireMonkey applications. So here I can select my LLM, and here my question is, what is a good red native Windows software development tool and language? And let's see what Google's Gemini comes up with. It is waiting for the response, and here we see the different options, and of course we also see that Object Pascal Delphi is among the answers of Gemini. We can ask the same question to Mistral, for example, and I see here that our capacity is exceeded, so let's use DeepSeek, for example, and let's see what DeepSeek comes up with. And so in this way we can compare responses from different LLMs. It takes some time for DeepSeek to come up with a response. That might depend on the load of the LLM at that moment, might also depend a little bit on network conditions. And here we can see that DeepSeek returns for us as the number one option Delphi's Object Pascal for Windows application development. Let's move on now to function calling. And for function calling, here we have the demo that gets the weather at some specific city. So again, our Cloud AI component, but here we will be using the tools property to get the weather. So we added one tool. This has added only one function to be called, and this is the function get the weather for the specified city, and the function name is get weather. So that's that unique identifier that the Cloud LLM will send back to us. And if we have a look at the parameters, there is only one parameter necessary for this. It's a string parameter. The description is the name of the city. Of course, that is all that there is to this. And we also need to have a look at the handler of the tool. So we go to tools again, that get weather function or tool, and this has the onExecute method. So when the LLM identifies that this function needs to be called, this onExecute event will be triggered. Let's have a look at the implementation. Well, we call the getWeather function, and I'll show you in a moment this implementation of the getWeather function. And the argument is, of course, the first argument, the name of the city. Here we implemented a function to get the actual current weather condition at some specific location. Here you can see that we use, first of all, the OpenStreetMap functionality to convert the name of the city into the geographic coordinate, the longitude and latitude of that city. And it is when we have that longitude and latitude successfully retrieved, which is happening here when I execute that request to OpenStreetMap. When I have that longitude and latitude, then I'm using another free REST API to get at some specific longitude and latitude the current weather temperature. And I'm asking here, the parameters that I'm asking is the current temperature and the current wind speed. And I'm executing that second REST API request to get these weather conditions. And when that response is successful, I'm getting some JSON back. Here you can see that I got the temperature and the wind speed, and I'm creating here the JSON response to that. The LLM will get that JSON response as a string. It is smart enough to figure out the different parts of the JSON, in other words, the temperature and the wind. So let's see when I run this application, and let's use OpenAI, for example, for this one. And let's ask the weather conditions of a city. And let's take the city of Rome in Italy. And let's see what OpenAI will be doing. We see already here in the output debug that it has triggered our function. And this is the function response. You can see the JSON here, and you can see that OpenAI was smart enough to extract this information from the JSON and return us this response in a nicely readable textual way. So easily human readable way. And we can, of course, do the same with other LLMs. Let's move another step further, where we have actually integrated this with our FNC Maps functionality. So here we added a couple of more functions to our Cloud AI component. We go to Tools to see what we have added. What we added here is a function to clear the markers on the map, a function to add a marker on the map. If we look at the parameters of that method to add a marker, we can see that the first parameter will be the longitude, so the name lon and the description, the coordinate longitude. The next one is the latitude, and then the third parameter is a title of that we add to the marker. So 3 parameters for the add marker function. In code, to make it a little bit clear how you can also programmatically add functions to the Cloud AI component, here you see that we also add another function. We repeat the function to call the weather, and then the parameters here in this case will be, or another method here is to add, and this is here. Here we add a label with the weather information on the map. So other than a marker, we add a label, and that label contains the text. What we also did here is actually we made this function with an array parameter. So that means that if we request the weather for multiple locations, it will perform only one function call, but it will pass as an array the information to be added as labels on the map. So here we say the parameter type is an array, and within that array we can specify here through array properties that each item in that array should contain 3 further properties, that is longitude, latitude, and the weather condition at that position. So let's see how this works in action. And here is my application. We can use Claude and Trophic, for example, for this example. And I will add the following prompt. Show the weather for the following cities as a label on the map, and then I add, for example, London, Paris, and let's add also Brussels. And let's execute this with Claude. It is working at this moment, and here you can see that it already called the function with the city name London, Paris, and Brussels. And it collected this information. Let's zoom in a little bit to make that more clear. And here you can see that at the coordinate of London, that label was added as expected, and also for Brussels and for Paris. And so this is how you can do all kinds of things with function calling, and as such augment and let your applications be steered with natural language by using the LLM. Another example before turning into other data types that we can use with LLMs is actually how we can use natural language to execute queries on a data set. So here we have the Cloud AI components. Again, we have a look at tools. I have added 2 tools, and the first tool is to retrieve the fields that are available in my data set. The second tool is to set a SQL command to my, here in this case, ADO query component. So if we look at the implementation of get fields, you can see that I'm returning here a simple comma separated list of fields that are displayed in my grid. The second tool is the tool that sets the SQL. And here you can see that executing it is getting the first parameter, which is the SQL command, and set that SQL command to my query component and actually execute it. So let's see what this results in when I run this application. Here you see it's actually a FireMonkey cross-platform application. It's using our FNC data grid, and it shows here all kinds of airplanes that were built throughout history and some information data about all these airplanes. And here in a natural language, I specify I want all planes that are not from the United States and that are built before 1970. So here you can see country, here you can see the year where it was built. And I added some additional helper information to get so, or to do so, get the fields in the table, planes, and then create a SQL command for a Microsoft Access table to get this result and execute this SQL statement. So that is a little bit guidance or steering for the LLM to ensure that it generates SQL that is, in this case, accepted by Access. So let's use OpenAI, for example. In this demo, I launch the Cloud AI component, and here you can see the SQL that was generated. So, here you can see how that SQL statement matches with the natural language specification that we gave to the Cloud LLM, and it executed that, and we see the result live in our data grid. So far we focused on textual prompts and getting textual information also with the help of function calling. Let's move now to the last thing that we can also do with the Cloud AI component, and that is what is called in AI terms multimodal use. So we can also send other types of data to the LLM and let it work on it. Here in this case, we have the Cloud AI component, and what we do here, I will show you the code that will make it clear. Here we give, in addition to the prompt, which is describe the picture, we actually add an image to that prompt. And so we actually add that image data type here in this case, and we ask the LLM to perform something on this image that is passed. So here we go a step further and we add additional information, and we ask the LLM to work on that additional information. So if I launch my application, here I can pick, for example, this classic painting, and I ask the LLM to describe that picture. Claude was here selected by default, and let's see what Claude comes up with, what it sees in this picture. You can see that it detected wine, fruit, a bottle of wine, it says so, and then some more description on that picture. It actually also seemed to identify the painter of that picture. If we use another LLM, let's use OpenAI for that and see how that LLM comes up with an answer. You see that the answer is quite different. And here it actually correctly identified something that is barely humanly visible, that it is indeed a bottle of champagne from Jules Bum. So you can see subtle differences in responses from different LLMs. What you can also do in this demo is, for example, add two images and ask the LLM to compare these two images to inform us about what's different. That's another thing that we can do with LLMs. Another example is that we can also send an image that contains text and ask the LLM to perform OCR on that image. But all these examples are available in the FNC Cloud Pack, so I leave that to you to play with it, to discover all this. Also, another type of multimodal use is by sending additional text, and this is also done with the add file method. Let me have a look where that is happening. Here we add, instead of an image, we can also add text files, for example, CSV files, to let the LLM perform analysis on these textual additional information that is added. So a lot of things you can do. I think how you can enrich your applications with cloud LLM functionality. So let's move on with that covered to the next topic about MCP servers and clients. And here we are going to take it to the next step with introducing MCP servers and client. That is Model Context Protocol. That is what MCP stands for. And so the concept of MCP servers and MCP clients. We covered function calling from LLMs in the first examples. Now, what is MCP? Actually, MCP is a standardized way, a standard protocol with which you can create an application that will inform the LLM of the functions that are available, but also in addition to that, resources that are available, like image files or other file types. So everything that you want to give as context to the model can be encapsulated in a server application that will talk to a client, and the client will actually perform the communication with the LLM. So it is the task of the client to start the MCP server, to discover all the things that are available in the MCP server. So that is the functions, the resources, the prompt, and so on. And it will pass that information from multiple MCP servers that can be connected, pass that information to the LLM that is being used, and the LLM can take advantage of it and can enrich, augment responses with information retrieved via these MCP servers. And the nice thing about the concept of MCP is that this is a standard protocol. If you create an MCP server that implements this protocol, it will be able, you will be able to use that with any MCP client, and you can mix different MCP servers with your own MCP server to give to the LLM a total set of tools, functions, resources that are available to improve LLM responses. So how does that actually work? Here is the diagram. And so here we have the same question. What's the weather in a city, for example? And we are using here the MCP client, which is Claude Desktop. So there are different clients. Claude Desktop is one of them, but also, for example, Visual Studio Code or Cursor AI IDE have or function as MCP clients, which means that you can configure multiple MCP servers to be used with these tools. So here this focuses on Claude, but that is perfectly replaceable by something like Visual Studio Code, Cursor AI, Windsurf, and so on. So here the request is sent from the Claude Desktop, and that Claude Desktop will use its MCP client part to interrogate the different MCP servers configured with that Claude Desktop client, and return all or fetch all the tools, functions, resources available from the different MCP servers connected. and then it will inform the LLM about the functions that are available. And when the LLM detects that some specific function can help in generating its response, the first thing that the MCP client at that moment will do is show the user and ask the user a permission that MCP server will be used to get the proper response to create a good answer from the LLM. And that is, of course, because the MCP server has, for example, full access to your machine. It can be a Delphi application, so you can imagine it can do whatever locally on that machine. So that's why, first of all, it will display a permission request before the actual function is being called from the MCP server. When the permission is granted, then the request will be executed. The MCP server can do whatever on your machine. For example, it could retrieve files, directory structures, it could add data to a database, etc. So when the permission is granted, function is executed by the MCP server. The MCP server does what it has implemented, returns the requested data, and that data is then sent back to the MCP client. That will in turn inform the LLM about the data retrieved, and the LLM will enrich its response with the data retrieved and send it back to the user. So that's how the flow is of using MCP client and multiple MCP servers together with a LLM. At this moment, there are already several MCP clients available, and here I have the names of these clients. So Claude Desktop is such a client, Cursor AI IDE, as I explained, also Klein, Visual Studio Code, Windsurf, and with the classes that we developed, actually you can build your own Delphi client as well as Delphi server directly from the Delphi IDE. I have also added 2 URLs where you can find a list of available MCP clients and available MCP servers. So as I explained, you can also mix and match. You can use whatever client with whatever MCP server. So if there is an interesting MCP server that you want to combine with the own Delphi MCP server that you created, you can do so. How you create this is done by the help of classes that we provide. And here you can see that the TTMS MCP server is created, and with this code here you can see that we in the second line we give the server a name and a version, and the next step will be to add tools to that MCP server, which you can see in the line here, server tools.add, with the add tool that comes on the next slide. So the add tool is where we tell our own MCP server what tools are available, what actually the MCP client, by means of the LLM, what tools it will be able to call. We give it a name, each tool, and also a description. Remember the function calling for LLMs, where this is the same concept. There's also this description here, and also the parameters, the arguments, which are described as properties. So here in this example, for calling the actual weather conditions, that argument will be city, and we add some description and type of the parameter that is passed. And in addition, we also have the property that a parameter can be either required or not required. That information is sent to the LLM. The LLM will decide whether it will effectively then add this parameter when, for example, it would be marked as a not required parameter. And then, of course, the tools that we define for our server also need to be handled, of course. When the LLM decides so that this needs to be called, and when it is granted to call it, then this will be triggered and the handler executes that. Here in this case, as you can see, again, the arguments are passed through this handler, and here we get the first argument, which was the city name, and we call the weather API, return the result via the MCP server. So let's have a look at demos with which this will become even more clear. Here we have our first example, which is actually the MCP version of the first demo that I showed you with the FNC Cloud AI component function calling, but here created as a MCP server. So what we have here is we create and code the MCP server, we set the version, and then we actually add the tool. Here we add it, and here we have our get weather tool that is added and the parameter that is added for it. So that's the tool that we create, and here we add it to our server, and we can add as many tools as we want to this server. Then of course we need to have a look at the handler. So here the handle weather tool, this is where the function that is called when our LLM needs it. And you can see here that I'm grabbing the first argument. Actually, if it does not pass arguments, which it shouldn't do, but just in case, we set it to a default city. We get the weather with actually the exact same function as with the function calling demo. And here you see how the result is returned. Now, how do we use that MCP server? Well, we simply compile it and it creates a Windows command line application. And here I will do this demonstration with the Claude desktop. And in the Claude desktop, when we go to settings in developer tab, you can see here that I already added 4 different MCP servers. So this is the basic one, a database demo, the MCP bridge, and also an external, not written by us, MCP server for accessing Spotify. In Claude, this is actually configured by a JSON file. So you can see here that this contains the place where our MCP executable is located. Here you can see that you can also pass arguments to these executables. And here you can see an external one, which is in this case an application built with Node. And so that's how in Claude you configure the different MCP servers. So let's have a look by using Claude now and adding our prompt. Please give me the weather, and we will ask the weather for Madrid. And command is launched, and it is invoking the Claude LLM right now, and you can see here that it detected that it should call the get weather function that we defined and pass the parameters. So, and you can also see the response from our MCP server. And you can see here the nicely formatted response from Claude. Another example that we created was an MCP server that can be used to work with databases. So what we have here is the MCP server that uses a FireDAC connection. You can see here that it's a FireDAC connection to a SQLite file, and you can see here the different functions that are added. Here it is configuration. It supports FireDAC, so you can use all the databases that FireDAC supports. And let's have a look. Here you can see the configuration of our MCP server by adding different tools. So here we have a tool to run a query, to get all the tables from a database, to get the metadata of tables, to actually create a table in our database. So here you can see all the different functions that are available for our database. And you can see that it contains all the necessary tools to completely work with our database. Retrieve data, create tables, add data, modify data. All these things are possible with this database demo. And if I would execute it from here, show a list of tables in my database. Let's have a look. Here you can see that it identified to get the tables, to call that tool get tables, and here you can see the tables that it finds in our database, the SQLite database that we configured. And here, for example, we can say give the fields of the table clients of customers in our database, and let's see what it comes up with. Get table info is the function to be called, and here you can see the actual metadata for our table that was retrieved. And so not only that, but you could retrieve the actual data, you could let the LLM perform data manipulation, and so on. And with that, I think we are ready for the next part, which is about MCP clients. So where in the previous demo we showed the Claude desktop MCP client to work with the MCP servers that we created from Delphi, here we are going to introduce the MCP client that you can develop with Delphi itself. So you're not longer needed to use an external MCP client tool. You can build your own tools. And the nice thing is, first of all, this is offered by a non-visual TMS MCP client component that has all the functionality built in. And of course, that MCP client can take advantage or can use your own Delphi created MCP servers, but in addition, also any other MCP server, any server that actually is compatible with the MCP official protocol can be used from our MCP client, where the Claude desktop tool is of course configured to use the Claude LLM from Anthropic. Here our MCP client can be configured to use the LLM of your choice, and that could include OpenAI's ChatGPT, that could include the locally running Olama, etc. So let's have a look at that demo in Delphi. And here we have our client demo, and the central piece actually is our TTMS MCP client components. And you can see that non-visual component here on a data module. You can see that you can configure the multiple MCP servers that you want to let the MCP client work with via this collection property. But we wrapped everything into a demo where we have, first of all, our own FNC chat component to interact with the LLM. You can see here that we can choose the LLM of our choice. And you can see from here, it will become clear when we run the application, that you can perform the settings, that is give the information on all the MCP servers that you want the client to work with from that dialog. So running this application will make it more clear right away. And so here is our demo. Let's first have a look at settings. Here you can see that the exact same MCP servers have been set as we had set for the Claude desktop. So everything that you can do with Claude, you can also do with our own MCP client. Interesting here is, for example, for the weather MCP server, you can inspect here the functions available in that tool. The database MCP has a number more tools, and so these are listed here. And so you can add, of course, new MCP servers, add extra arguments that might be needed. All that is available for you. What I want to show in this demo is actually taking advantage of the MCP bridge that we created. I explained that when you create an MCP server, it is a command line tool, and that of course limits what can be done. So what we also offer is a bridge, and a bridge is a command line tool that will actually work with a visual Delphi application, and that allows you to use an MCP client with the bridge server to connect to a visual application, so that from the MCP client you can actually from externally from that client steer whatever needs to happen in your application. So what I will do here is the following: add Delphi function to sort an array of strings and set that function in my editor. And here we are using actually OpenAI to do that for us. So our bridge is actually configured to work with the server part that is here in our visual Delphi application that uses our FNC memo with syntax highlighting, and you can see that OpenAI created a sorting function for us, and it added that with the instruction set that function in my editor. It set it in the editor automatically for us. And we can do more. We can also retrieve that text from the editor, do something with it, and then, for example, update it in the editor. So what I'm going to do is the following: add an XML, I do different, get the function from my editor, add an XML comment describing that function, and add everything together back into my editor. That is the instruction that I'm giving to OpenAI. So let's see what is happening. It should actually, and as you can see, it did so, decorate my sort function with an XML comment. And that shows you how you can not only use that bridge with a server part that is integrated in a visual application, but also how you can steer all that out of our own MCP client. Let that work with whatever. If, for example, I would ask here, give the weather conditions in, for example, Lisbon, of course, it will decide to use the other Delphi MCP server that we created for retrieving the weather. And you can see the current weather in Lisbon is 21 degrees. So it picks the MCP server that is configured here under settings and allows you to do whatever you want to do. And with that, we are concluding this webinar. I hope you find this very interesting. Let me add the information where you can start playing with it. At this moment, we are in a test version. And so that test version, we make it available for free to all active TMS All Access users. It can be used at this moment from any Delphi 11 or 12 version, and when it's ready for release, when we have gathered all your feedback, polished everything, documented everything, created all the demos that we want to pack, it will be available as a TMS AI Studio product. And you can also from there indicate your interest in this product, apply for a test version, and you can also give all your comments and feedback. Or what you can already do now, the first part that if you do not have TMS All Access, what you can already do now is get the FNC Cloud Pack. Even the fully functional free trial version can be used for that, to do everything with abstract handling of cloud LLMs and function calling together with LLMs. So we invite you to participate in this exciting new chapter at TMS involved with AI. We are very excited with all the possibilities that open up for us Delphi developers. So we welcome all your feedback. It's very helpful, instrumental in shaping the things the way you want it and the way you want to take advantage of it. We have a special email address for any concerns in this AI direction, and that's simply ai@tmssoftware.com. Thanks for your attention, and if you have further questions, let's move to the Q&A section.
Fantastic. That's the second time I've seen a lot of that. Maybe the third time. I think I saw it in Amsterdam as well, actually. But the good news is we do have Bruno with us live on the Q&A. Hey, Bruno, how's it going?
Hello, Ian. Everything's fine. Thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Yes, yeah. I've recovered from my flights from Amsterdam, so it's always a bit of a. I love going there, but those flights are a long way if you live over here. I first saw you do a very short demo of your AI stuff before, and I think it was like the week before the Delphi Summit, so a couple of weeks ago. And I remember emailing you saying, "This is amazing. This is really fantastic." And I honestly mean that. I mean, I like your component. You know, I'm a fan of your components anyway. I like WebCore, for example, and many of the others I've used personally over the years. But these ones, for example, the MCP server and client is a real game changer, I think. I think that you've really embraced the moment in terms of AI. So good job from you guys. And is that actually released now, or is it still like a beta? Or I didn't quite catch what was happening.
At this moment, is still a test version. What you see, what I actually demonstrated, was the MCP server and client using STDIO for communication, which is what is at this time still most used with MCP. But the MCP specification says that there's also the possibility to use SSE and streamable HTTP.
Wow.
And that is actually what we are now also finishing, so that you can also call remote MCP servers. For example, an editor like Cursor AI offers also to bind MCP servers over streamable HTTP SSE. And so that's because I personally think that MCP over HTTP will also become very attractive. Then then you can actually offer something like MCP as a service. You don't have to host it yourself. You can give it access to data that is hosted somewhere else. So I think a lot of interesting possibilities open up. And that's the last piece of the MCP specification that we are finishing.
Yeah, I really think it's exciting. I think you know, as always, you're ahead of the curve with these components. But they're FNC, right? So they're cross-platform. Is that right?
They are cross-platform, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So for those that don't know, and they must be living under a rock if they don't know by now about the FNC components, but they allow people to write them for Windows, for Mac, for Linux, for iOS, and Android, and the web as well. And
well, there is for the web there. There is
okay.
something important to mention here. You will understand that these the access of the cloud LLMs, the OpenAI and Mistral, etc., all require an API key.
Yeah.
And it would be a very bad practice to make that key visible in a web application. That's why it is not supported to use it in a web client.
Right.
You should actually, I think, the proper place to use it is in a backend.
Yeah, so they could use some kind of they could either use web broker or something, or Xdata or Aurelius server in the background as well, and do it that way. There you go. See, I know all your stuff. But I think that you know, I mean, there are lots of different server technologies. This is one of the benefits of Delphi, of course, is its strength is that back end. And then whatever the front end is, if they choose to do it in some other web language, fine. But you know, you're opening up that communication for MCP. That's what excites me. I find that a real step forward, because I think what happens then is people are able to write apps that can actually be controlled by AI in a really profound sort of way. I think that it's a bit like being able to say, hey Alexa, you know, send an email, but actually it could be any of your programs, and it's not Alexa, it's, you know, Claude or whatever other AI they choose. But you've also added, you know, the ability to be a server on the end as well. So I think it's great. I really like the demo. You're very good at you know, finding the right pace for the demo as well, and covering it thoroughly. A couple of people say, "Oh, it's a bit quiet." We will fix the replay. It was still, I found it perfectly okay, but some people are, oh, it's a bit quiet. But I'll boost the volume for the replay so they can, you know, that will avoid them complaining. What we've got some questions here, but I don't think they relate to that. There a lot of chat from two particular people. A guy called Skybuck Flying, I don't know what that's about, and Maxi Donkey were just having a long conversation about MCP and things like that, and I don't know, the blockchain and everything. But I, you know, a whole bunch of people stuck it out to the end to watch the demo. So, you know, I think that's a good thing. And I put the TMS QR code. This goes directly to the website, and then they can look at your components. Okay, all right. Well, thanks a lot, Bruno. Any final words from you at the end? Or I think you pretty much covered it, but
yes, this is. I think these are exciting times, and I would say let's embrace AI to make our Delphi applications even more powerful and also steerable via natural language, which is the other side. Then using AI to generate Delphi code or improve Delphi code, find issues with Delphi code. So my opinion is let's embrace it for every aspect of our development and enrich our applications.
Yeah, I mean, that is actually a very good point. That a lot of people, when they talk to me about AI, they're like, oh, AI generating code or fixing code or finding bugs. But I think that's, I mean, it's a good focus, but I think it's only a very small part of what is happening to the world in terms of AI. This is I'm an old guy. I've seen it all when it comes to technology. I mean, I think I'm actually older than you, with respect. But
I think it will be close.
yeah. You're a young whippersnapper. But anyway, um, but I have seen almost everything, every big step in the computer industry for 40 or 50 years. My father was a director of ICL, so I saw it when I was a kid as well. And this, to me, is one of the most exciting step forwards that has happened for generations. And I really think that Delphi programmers have got an opportunity here to embrace it and be ahead of other people, because I think that some of the strengths of what RAD Studio does and Delphi does can actually really help propel us even more. I mean, Stack Overflow's survey describes RAD Studio as a rising technology. I don't know whether you're aware of that, but their survey that's on at the moment describes RAD Studio as rising. Nobody said that about Delphi and RAD Studio for years. In fact, usually the opposite. Oh, are people still using it? So I think if we all take a reasoned, seasoned look at what's happening and embrace it for what it can do, and not be scared, but be cautious and be sensible about the use of it, I think it is an amazing opportunity. I'm very excited. I'm glad I'm alive to see this new era, but I think it's as important as the internet, the PC, all of those things, maybe more so. I don't think I'm quite as crazy as Elon Musk, who said it's more, is the most dangerous thing since the atomic bomb or something. But yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Actually, talking about the other side, use it for helping us with development. Tomorrow, I'm hosting a webinar on TMS Web Core, and actually there I'm showing how to use an LLM AI to generate HTML, CSS for you, to actually make nice forms with just natural description of what you want to get. I mention it because this evening I was preparing the last bits and pieces of the webinar, and I was amazed myself with
what can be done.
Just generate it and use it. It's incredible.
Yeah, my session on Monday, I showed basically how you could reproduce the functionality of Google Translate in a few lines of code, and I actually got most of the web pages designed using AI. I didn't do that. I mean, I can design in HTML, but I used the AI to do it, and that was the hardest part, was getting the HTML right so that it looked like Google Translate. The easy part was making Delphi do all the translation, automated AI translation. That's the stupid thing. You'd think that'd be the hard bit, but actually it was the easy part. It was, getting HTML. So I think they should probably look at your webinar and join along and see, you've got some useful tips, and I will make sure I catch a recording of it, because I think I'm going to be busy doing other things tomorrow.
We'll have the replay, no problem. We always record it and make the replay on YouTube.
Of course. All right. Well, it's good to talk to you again, and we'll probably bump into each other in some event somewhere, I'm sure. But until then, thanks a lot, Bruno.
Cheers. All right, Ian, thanks for having me. Until the next time. Bye-bye.
Oh, no worries. Speak to you soon. Cheers. Okay, so we have reached the end of day 2, and I have not gone crazy, and I'm still sane, or as sane as I was when I first started. But it's all good. If you are watching this on some kind of replay or something and you didn't get an invite, if you scan this code, you will go to the learndelphi.org website, and there's a landing page there, and you can register and look at the other events we've got coming up. We've shuffled a few around because a lot's going on, but tomorrow we've got let's have a look. Understanding AI neurons and activation functions with C++ Builder. That's by Yilmaz Yuru, who is a doctor, and he's been doing PhD doctor, not oh, I hurt my arm doctor. And he's been doing AI for decades, long before it became fashionable to do AI. Yilmaz is a very smart guy, and he knows what he's doing. After that, we've got AI beyond the code, maximize your productivity. With Dion again, you've had him on a few times, but he's going to show a session about how to become more productive using AI as a helper, and to encourage you to not necessarily speed up your processes, but become more efficient and with it. And then the final session is using the ONX runtime in Delphi. And I have to say, I had to look up ONX runtime, but it's a runtime that's optimized for both cloud and the edge, and it works on Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. That is with Alana from Softacom, who is one of our tech partners, a very good tech partner as well. Serge, who's the CEO, is a very good friend of mine. And there are a good bunch of people. There's a lot of really great tech partners out there. And, Rad Studio, I know I was quoting what was being said in the Stack Overflow survey, but we're number 9 on the TIOB index. It means nothing, but it means everything. We are pushing back against that kind of unfair accusation of being dinosaurs. Someone said that and really, really annoyed me because it's not true. And Delphi is a very robust programming language to use. It's very, very easy to learn, and it can do anything, almost any other programming language you can do. You can create Windows apps, Linux apps, Mac apps, iOS apps, Android apps. You can create an iOS and an Android app and virtually same piece of code, no changes to code. Double click, hit deploy, and it goes and puts it on Android, and then double click, hit deploy, and it does it on iOS. It's an incredibly powerful thing. Even before I came to work for the company, I was a big fan from very first day one. Bruno's a fan as well, obviously, because his whole business rests on creating components for it. But there is a bit of a renaissance going on, so it's not my imagination. There are facts and figures to prove it. Anyway, that's it. So we'll be back tomorrow. Shorter day tomorrow, only 3 sessions at the moment. And then on Thursday, we've got some really great stuff, including a guest appearance from a Stack Overflow moderator who's going to talk about how Stack Overflow has been affected by AI, because it's had a bit of an effect on people like that. We've got some people making some comments. Radu Mercier Copter Capota. I apologize if I'm mangling your name. It's an interesting day, Ian. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Starbuck Flying saying the $1 trillion thing, is that still coming? That was on Monday. You missed it. Look at day 1 at the end, the last hour, and you'll see that that was actually, by the way, I say $1 trillion, it's $2 trillion corporation, but there you go. Maxi Donkey says there will be a replay of a lecture in my field, mathematics. Have a good one. Good show. Actually, it's not a replay. It's another different section tomorrow. Delphi still needs a try set length function, though. Email me, ian.barker@embarcadero.com. Make a suggestion, and if we can, do it, we'll consider these things and try and do it again. Maxi Donkey, my friend, thank you very much. Thanks again, Ian. And Starbuck Flying is saying try set length something length Boolean, yeah. And Meltdown Sharkhaven with the best username. I love that name. I'll be here tomorrow, that's for sure. Well, thank you very much. And I'm going to go now, and I'll see you all again tomorrow. Okay, thanks for clarifying where it is in the money stream. Yes, it's the last hour. Just look for my section, scroll through until you see my face actually doing some stuff rather than just talking. Anyway, thanks a lot, everybody, and I will see you again at the same time tomorrow as we started today for